OMB indicates 8,336. Is that correct? Or is it split between federal and local funds?
No, take that.
And please mention your name before you speak for the recorder, please.
Good morning, Diane Ogaru, Business Office Director. The salaries for employees is split among general fund, federal funds, and our special fund budgets.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much. And also on page 22 for the VI Coastal Zone Protection Fund. It does not reflect any listing in OMB. The 65,206, that amount for personal services, is that the same thing in terms of it being federal and not local?
The 65,206 looks like one of our special fund positions to me.
Special fund position?
Yes, sir.
So it's not listed, it's not reflected in the OMB book. So
We submitted all of our positions, both filled, vacant, and the new ones that we want created to OMB. We did.
Okay, very well. You'll follow up on that for me, please. Let's go to page 26, federal funds, federal grants. I know you have a listing of federal grants for $10.3 million. Question, are these annual grants because it just has the CFDA number, the grantor agency, the grant title, and the total amount? It do not have any dates, etc., expiration date. Do you have a more in-depth listing, or are they on an annual basis, and when do they expire?
Some of the grants are annual or cyclical in nature, but we do have quite a bit of grants that are more than a year.
Can we have a more in-depth listing so we can be clear?
We provided the post auditor with a listing of all of our federal grants to include not only the CFDA, the title, we gave the allotment amount, the expenses, and the balances.
Okay, very well. I'll follow up with the post audit department, and thank you for that. Now let's go to your leases on page 27. I see you have Rainbow Plaza, Frederiksted, for $331,000. It expired in July. Have that been renewed, or is it in the process of being renewed?
It is in the process, Senator.
Speak to the mic.
It is in the process, Senator. We recently resumed that process.
So it should be done before the end of the month. Very well. Let's go to your contract and professional services. I see you have this lease for $43,600, a 6-month lease. But
2 minutes.
It expired in January. Was that renewed?
Which one are you
Specialty
speaking
service for Trelline Productions, LLC?
Triene Productions?
Yeah.
Yes, that's a professional service contract, Senator.
I'm speaking to the mic too for me, please.
Yes, it has been renewed.
Okay, let's go to your receivables. Page 29 of 52. You have a outstanding balance of $756,000. What are you doing to assure that you collect those outstanding amounts?
So, Senator, sometimes this is one of those difficult things of having a collection calendar on a 12-month basis and then reporting for the fiscal year budget, which is from October to September. And so this is something that we have mentioned before. Like, some of the payments that we are expecting may be due in August and September of this year. But I won't say that we don't have some delinquent accounts. We do issue notices of violation for those that are in fact delinquent, whether or not they are paying and their permit has expired, or if the payment itself is past due. We do issue notices of violation for those.
Okay, very well. So you're basically saying that 7 and change is not actual because based on the time they are due during the year.
That's
the fiscal
correct.
Year. Okay.
Like, one of our largest amounts is due in August, and that's for the Yacht Haven Grand Marina.
Okay, thank you for that. And 31 of 52 outstanding obligations. What are you doing to address your outstanding obligations?
Time.
What are you doing to address your outstanding obligations?
We are working on executing contracts for some of these. We can't pay without an executed contract.
Madam Chair, I have one more question. May I conclude, please? Thank you. And finally, let's talk about your vacancies. How many vacancies do you have?
87, right?
Vacancies.
87, Senator.
87
vacancies.
And how many of those vacancies are considered critical for such a critical department like the PNR?
I mean, I would consider all of them. I would say at least 60 of the 87 are critical.
Senator, your time has been called. Please wrap up your question.
Why? My time has been called. I'll let my colleagues drill down. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Good morning, Commissioner and your team. Based on the question that the previous speaker asked, you want to respond clearly as it relates to the priorities, critical vacancies.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So the department has been posting several, and in those 87, there are actually a number of them, I want to say about 15 that are currently in process right now. But we have aggressively been posting our vacancies. We have actually met with the University of the Virgin Islands in trying to see whether or not we can fill some of the need by creating additional fellowships and internships if we're going to struggle in terms of getting the permanent recruitment right now. But this is something that the entire government of the Virgin Islands is struggling with, which is bringing on board. We are doing our best not to take a individual who is already in the human resources strapped government and just transferring them across different departmental lines. We really are trying to hire new people into the system.
Thank you for your response. Tell me about your salaries. And I ask the question because on one of your attachments to your testimony, you have a vacancy notice for Fisheries Biologist 2 and a Wildlife Biologist 1, and that salary is $39,343. Realistically, do you believe that you will be able to attract a Wildlife Biologist 1 for $39,343 and a Fisheries Biologist 2 for $44,255?
Realistically, Senator, the Wildlife Biologist 1 is more probable than getting a Fisheries Biologist 2 at the 44 and change that step 1 starts at. What we have in fact done for this upcoming award period is that in our grant proposals to our different grantor agencies, we requested additional funding for personnel. And if we do get that additional funding, it is our intention to do stipulation agreements through the Office of Collective Bargaining to move all of our existing personnel forward. And then that way we can then bring the incoming persons in at a higher amount as well. So that is all currently in process.
So why we can't do it the other way around? The stipulation and then seek out the funding. I mean, if that's what we're paying, then they have to fund it.
So, but I need to make sure we have the actual money in order to be able to guarantee the stipulation.
That's going to take you a while. And how long have these positions been vacant?
I mean, it varies. Some of them have, in fact,
the specific ones that I asked about the fisheries.
The Wildlife Biologist 1 and Fisheries 2. One has been vacant for 2 years, the Fisheries 2. The Wildlife Biologist 1 probably a little bit longer than that.
Yeah, that's the challenge. I mean, if we are going to fill these positions, we need to make sure that they're attractive. And let me just ask your HR. I know there was a time in government when you were able to bring on an individual on at minimum the third step. Is that something that you're doing within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources now?
We can do that, Senator, but
Put your name on the record.
I'm sorry, Celia Jackson Williams, Personnel Relations Administrator. So we can do that, but if we have existing staff that are making less in that same position, we can't bring someone in new and pay them higher, compensate them higher than the existing staff. So we're allowed to even bring higher than the first step, but then it requires a stipulation to increase that existing salary,
Which we have done, Senator.
which it has
Okay, so
happened.
you've done it.
Yes.
So then my question still bodes. What
So-
do you give consideration to hire individuals on the third step?
Yes,
If
we
you're
do.
going to fill these positions, you have to be creative.
Yes, we do. We actually, I would say this past year, Senator, we've gone out to step 10 to bring people on board, not just to the third step, particularly when we have our federal funds. That is something that we can, in fact, do particularly when the title does not have another individual in there. But we also have shifted existing personnel forward in order to bring on board new persons at a higher step. Yes.
Okay, well, I think this is the same conversation that we've been having with every single agency that comes before us as it relates to these vacancies and the need to fill these positions. So, I mean, I've been here for 3.5 years, and this is the same conversation that we've been having year in, year out as to how we strategically really try to bring on new persons in addition to, really looking at what our salaries are and, offering attractive salaries to really, in fact, attract folks. Because it briefs well to have it here listed as a vacancy, but if the salary isn't attractive, you're not going to be able to fill them. Folks going to school to become a biologist, they ain't coming to sit in DPNR for $39,343. When you take out 43% of that in your associated fringe benefits, it's like $18,000 at the end of the day. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your point of information. Please recognize Senator Blyden's mic.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, how many positions have been lost within the last year? And how many of those vacancies are federal and how many are local? That's my point of information. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
You could take that to me. You just have it more readily available.
Okay, so Celia Jackson Williams, Personnel Relations Administrator. So we've lost 8 positions for the year. And we have of them, they were all federally funded positions. And some of them were individuals that were hired within the year.
Got it? Thank you for your response. And before I go to the next Senator, just very quickly, since we're on the positions, I note that in the recommendations for FY 2023, we're seeing a $684,000 reduction in your personnel services. Is that something that you are satisfied with? Or do you have positions that you're filling now that will impact this number? Because we've been having that experience with a number of the agencies that come before us. So what does that reflect?
Senator, so I know that right now we're going to attempt to use the last portion of this year to fill 2 more general fund positions, like actively. They are currently in the 22 budget. They are, in fact, listed in the 23 budget. I normally don't try to fill after June, but it will affect operations if we don't actually try and fill these as soon as quickly as
So
possible.
that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking specifically, there is a $377,000 reduction in personnel and a $307,000 reduction in its associated fringe naturally, which seems a little off, but the primary concern is what positions are being removed from your budget? Because last year, your appropriation numbers were 4.5 million in personnel. This year's recommendation is 4.1. So you're seeing a reduction of 377,000. So what positions are they, and are you satisfied with those positions being reduced? Or what did that 377 represent? Salary increases? What is it?
No, so it definitely represented unfilled positions, Senator. And I think that, like everything else, we are moving forward with status quo and making improvements. We're also trying to move certain positions off of the general fund side of things and put more emphasis onto the federal awards. We have, in fact, been having a lot of conversations where things have been primarily program funded. We fought for at least 5% administration on increases along of our federal grants as well. So, we will, in fact, be able, it won't be detrimental, that loss, but, we're certainly making do with the best that we can.
All right, let me just go to the next speaker. Senator James, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank
Senator
you.
James? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. As we stay on the topic of vacancies, I saw here where you have several vacancies for legal counsel. How are you dealing with those challenges and being able to fill those voids, knowing that you have those vacancies for legal counsel?
Thank you for the question, Senator James. So we actually just interviewed and have sent offers to three of the legal counsel positions as of last week. We are waiting their replies. One of the goals that I had for the department was to create an office of general counsel. And so we would have about four attorneys staffed within there, with one of them reporting directly to me. So we have moved forward with three of the four that will come in, making those offers. And as the Madam President mentioned, in terms of where that a lot of that absorption hurts, one of the new positions that we were attempting to create was that the general counsel that would report directly to me. We probably will hold off on unfilling that, but still carry on by bringing on the additional three counsels with a fourth one to go.
Thank you for that explanation, because I was a little bit concerned with all the funding that you're getting and dealing with those contracts and projects and making sure that you have the adequate amount of legal counsel to protect the department. And I saw here where you mentioned the Territory Municipal Solid Waste Landfill Program, and I know it was made mention that $6 million would be sub-awarded to the VI Waste Management Agency. As far as that funding that you have here in the budget, can you just speak to how soon we will see something moving when it comes to that?
So, Senator, the way it works is that the Waste Management Authority needs to put together a spend plan that is approved by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. We have regular working meetings with them for the creation of that spend plan, DPNR's plan in terms of operations and how we would go about setting up the regulations. That portion has in fact been approved. We've actually posted for the 2 vacancies in there and having filled the operations manager already. So it's a continued dialogue with the Waste Management Authority to put what their planning initiatives will be, and then getting it approved finally by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. And it has, in fact, been an ongoing discussion between us.
So with this appropriation for the $6 million, and I think it's an additional funding for your department as well, as far as the end goal to getting us out of the consent decree for our landfill, are we having those conversations? Is that a part of getting the consent decree and getting it into compliance?
That is correct, Senator.
Okay, thank you. And I'm happy to know that those things are happening. And I'm happy to see also you have here your KPIs and you're able to monitor the progress of your department. So I want to say thank you for having that readily available. It helps us to understand what's going on there. And I know that the $2 million, I'm not sure if I saw it here in the budget, but I know $2 million was earmarked years ago for air monitoring. How is that coming along?
2 minutes.
Senator, we have actually used our federal resources to purchase additional air monitoring equipment. The encumbrance is already there. We're just waiting on completion of delivery. And then also with the project that is mentioned with the university in setting up those multimedia, the multimedia monitoring stations. So those will be doing not only air quality, but also water quality and soil type. And so it will in fact cover what in fact, and right now our staff is working closely with the university and actually putting the grid together for where these monitors will be located.
Thank you. And my colleague recently passed some meaningful legislation. I want to say kudos to him publicly when it comes to the territorial park system. And as I made mention in that hearing, we definitely need to boost up our enforcement or law enforcement officers. As far as this budget, have you budgeted for any additional officers, or do you expect any new officers to be coming through the next police academy class? Can you just give us an update there so we can know how we'll be able to manage our assets when it comes to our territorial parks?
Yes, for the upcoming fiscal year 2023, we are trying to get one officer that will be dedicated completely for St. John, as well as one additional officer in the St. Croix district itself. We are anticipating, or not anticipating, we recently signed the agreement with NOAA's Office of Law Enforcement that will give us an additional $104,000. And that $104,000 will be able to cover the additional 2 officers that we're bringing on board.
Time.
And that $100,000 that you'll be receiving, is that long term or just short term? How long will we receive those funding as far as $100,000?
So it's a cooperative agreement that's 5 years long, and every 5 years we re-up it. We are hoping, we have made a push to NOAA that the $104,000 needs to be expanded upon, because it's been $104,000 now for a number of years. We have that dialogue with them actively every quarter when we meet for our fisheries meetings, because that's primarily one of the responsibilities that are being funded through that.
My time was called, so I don't want to abuse my time. I just want to wrap up by saying I saw several vacancies for library technician, librarian, systems and program librarian. I know you made mention of getting the Peterson Library up and running. I hope and pray that we do get that up and running in time for the school year, the brand new school year, because our children, now that the place is open back up, they need to be in those libraries. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Summertime is a perfect time to have the libraries open. That's when we really want them to visit the libraries. On page 5 of your testimony, Commissioner, you have your personnel appropriation for this fiscal year at $4,089,454. In the post-audit report, we have your personnel as 4,526,282. Which one is it? Your fiscal person? What's your personnel appropriation for this year?
For this fiscal year, general fund?
Yes.
Okay. It is.
I have it. That's the 419, right?
Yes.
414,
22.
4,148.
4,148,905.
No, that's fiscal year 23. I'm talking about this fiscal year.
Oh, this current
22.
fiscal year. 28.
In the post-audit report, the information you gave them was 4,526,282. But in the testimony, you have 4,089,454. Which one is it? 22. Just tell me what 22 is.
Oh, okay. Second. 2022.
And then, Commissioner, I'm going to ask after you have an increase, looking at the chart that you have an increase in your personnel, but a decrease in the fringe. So the fringe didn't correlate with the increase in personnel.
Okay.
I'm going to go to the next person while you look for the information, but I need, and then I'm going to ask you actuals, okay? So
Sure.
you probably have, you're supposed to have the actuals up to May 30th. If you
I
have it to
actually have my actuals up to June.
Okay.
Up to Friday. Sorry, of last week.
You ready with actuals now? So the other senators could get an idea of what numbers we're dealing with?
For this current fiscal year?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So far,
Mm-hmm.
for this fiscal year, we've expended 4.8 million.
Yep. Okay, break it down. You have it broken down?
Um,
And this is as of June 15th?
it is as
That being
of
July 15th?
Friday.
As of July 15th?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I need to look at each of them and then I'll give it to you.
Okay, so I'll give you an opportunity. I'll go on to the next senator, and then you could break that down by category. But you said the cumulative amount that you have spent thus far is $4.8 million, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. As of July 15th,
Yes, Senator.
2022, fiscal year 22. Okay, thank you. Senator Francis, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the DPNR family, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your testimony. I wanted to ask you, though, what is the revenues that was collected by DPNR for FY 2022 to date?
Diane O'Garo, Business Office Director. It is 4.7, or specifically $4,762,837.
And how is that in comparison to FY 2021?
It's on par. Around this time last year, we were close to about the same amount, about 4.6, I think.
Very well, thank you.
Sorry,
Said it
Senator,
was
we're not hearing.
87 vacancies.
Sorry, Senator, we didn't hear the beginning of your question. The
Sorry?
audio cut out.
Very well. Sorry about that. Again, in respect to the vacancies that you mentioned, some 87 of them, and I think it was broken down by federal and local. Can you speak to any specific barriers that's preventing you from moving forward with some of the hirees?
Yes, Senator. So two, one becomes salary, which, again, I believe that we can deal with. But the other issue has been housing. We actually had somebody accept a position. They were scheduled to start in July with us. and we received notice from them about 2 weeks prior to that due to their failure to obtain housing, they were no longer accepting the position and they pulled out. And so those two things, again, salaries, we can, we can do the stipulation agreements, we can increase the requested amounts, do more than the first or up to the 10th step. But when it comes to lack of housing for folks, that also becomes a barrier.
Very well. Have you communicated any of this with Division of Personnel or any other entity of government? Because I think it's important that, collectively we're able to address this issue of vacancies and what some of the barriers that prevented us from being able to hire, especially when we're talking about 1,200 vacancies to be filled during the next fiscal year.
Yes, Senator. We speak about this amongst the cabinet, trying to come up with creative solutions as to how we would get through. I think that the pandemic showed that there are some services that can, in fact, be done remotely. And so we, as agency heads, can identify where we can implement certain things like that, and be able to bring people on board to still provide services and have periodic visits to the office or something like that. Once I know that it is an active discussion that we're having across the way.
Okay, and I know that there were recent announcements made by you and the PNR in respect to the comprehensive land and water use plan, and that a contract was executed to fulfill that. Certainly, we have had this conversation about the land and water use plan for quite some time, and we're very excited about that happening. This individual that have been contracted, I think the amount was something million dollars. What is the amount?
It's about $1.32 million, Senator.
1.32, and is there an expectation timeline? What is the, in summary, what is the takeaway from what is the expectation of this contract?
So, and I can let Keith do that. But in terms of timeline, we've made it a 16-month contract to be able to give each of the islands their respective amounts of time in order to go through the processes and speaking with the public.
2 minutes.
But, this will differ. We believe it will, in fact, differ from what was previously done, because what we need to make sure of is that the comprehensive land and use plan is flexible enough to allow for future things that we can't even consider right now. Because, things like the table of permitted uses in the existing zoning code are pretty rigid, but at the same time that it provides protections, and then that it serves as an overall framework for land use development here in the territory. So I don't know if that answers your question sufficiently, or if you'd like Keith to provide any more detail on that.
No, I'll take that because my time is running, but certainly, Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards is very much aware of the issue of comprehensive land and water use plan. I think I met him 25 years ago, in regards to this whole conversation in public hearings and those type of things. So I know that he should be equally excited about trying to get that move along. In respect to your KPIs, I see that you fall short a couple of points in regards to being able to complete your key performance indicators. Who is responsible ultimately for monitoring and tracking those KPIs? Just real quickly, if you could just speak to those.
So we do have an internal auditor who coordinates our efforts related to our KPIs, and then we actually meet. We meet as a senior level to discuss, okay, well, what exactly is happening so that we can address those more comprehensively in terms of what the solutions might be, Senator.
Very well. Quickly, in respect to Act 7894, which speaks to the mooring fee increases, have we increased our mooring fees? Have we really ramped up, the benefit of that legislation, moving towards revenue collections and mooring?
Time.
We have, in fact, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, you may.
So we did implement the increases. They went fully into effect in the registration period of 2020. I would state, Senator, that we have a few more ideas that are more on the recreational and charter side and not on the individual that would allow us to collect more revenue. So the way the code is written right now is we have to come to the legislature to do mooring increases. So we can certainly discuss that. It would be beneficial overall if there would be some flexibility to allow the department every 5 years to review and determine whether or not an increase would be warranted.
Very well, Mr. Chair, I heard my time call. Can I just wrap up with a quick question in one?
Yes, you may.
This
Go
round,
ahead.
please.
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, in regards to the increase both in traffic, as you imagine, and that's really complemented by the blue water marine economy that we have spoken about, can you talk about the department's planning approach to be able to address that, as well as any analysis being done with the high level of sargassum, the seaweed that's impacting the shorelines and coastlines right now? I think over the weekend it was extremely thick, as well as the smell has been a little bit, again, outrageous. Can you just quickly respond to the blue water economy and as well as analysis on the sargassum? Thank you.
Sure, Senator. So with respect to the increase in boat traffic, one of the things that we have noticed is how many vessels come into the territory that are not registered businesses of the territory and are offering charters. This is something that takes place throughout the Caribbean during the seasonal months. And so in discussion with our business partners that are registered here, the implementation of something called a cruising permit would allow the department or the government of the Virgin Islands to collect fees from persons that their vessels are not registered here in the territory, but they're seeking to do business here in the territory. So that goes beyond just being able to anchor your vessel, but you're actually now paying a fee to conduct your business here, and then also getting your business license. So that's one of the changes that we have on tap, ready to go. And again, in order for us to be able to implement that change, we do need to come to the legislature for enactment on that. And with respect to sargassum, the department, we recently reprogrammed some funding to put out, I think it was about $280,000 to look at have more comprehensive looks as to what can take place with sargassum. We are following suit like most of the Caribbean and trying to see if there's an industrial use of it where it can be taken off and used. Otherwise, it continues to just be a nuisance. It has its issues based on the amount of methane that can come off of it and sulfur dioxide, which causes the problems. And so bringing it to the dump in bulk is an issue. We don't have the fresh water supply necessary to be able to wash it and be able to use it for an alternative feed source for livestock or anything. So, this is a discussion that's taking place across the Caribbean right now, and we're actively participating in it with a number of other islands as well as universities in trying to determine an industrial use that we could capitalize upon.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd also like to recognize Senator Carrion, committee member. Please mark him as present, and Senator Frankie Johnson. Thank you for your comment. The sargassum is the worst I've seen it on St. Croix this weekend. We just came
Mr.
and
Chair.
Yes, Senator.
Mr. Chair, sorry, I just wanted to add.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to ask in respect to the sargassum and the difficulties in the boaters being able to navigate our water, is there any consideration for any financial support to our boaters in respect to what's occurring right now, Commissioner?
I don't think we haven't created a program that would provide financial support. What we've been kind of trying to focus on is how to keep the sargassum from actually landing on the shores. In a lot of discussion with the resorts to put in deflection booms, because once it reaches in a deep embayment or over a patch reef, then there's no turning back from it landing and creating more and more problems. So if we can keep it out at sea, but then that creates a number of structures in the water near shore, and we also have to look at the dangers to navigation on that as well. So look, we're like I said, we're comprehensively looking at this. We've spoken with the Hotel and Tourism Association. I mean, their members are spending over $25,000 per day addressing it when it lands on their shores, particularly in the summer months. So we're having a comprehensive approach as to what would be the most efficient way to manage that.
Thank you, Commissioner. You have the actuals now?
Yes, Senator.
You may proceed. Personnel?
Personnel, $2,608,3.22.
$2,608,003.62.
And 22 cents.
And 22. Okay, go ahead.
Fringe.
Point of inquiry, Mr. Chair.
Say that again, Senator.
Point of inquiry.
1 minute, as soon as she's finished with the actuals. Go ahead.
$1,315,783.84.
Repeat that one again.
$1,315,783.84.
Okay.
Supplies, $67,610.76.
Other services and charges.
809,569.34.
Utilities.
I don't have access to the utilities. That's paid
Okay, no
by
problem.
DOF,
Yeah.
but I can give you my capital outlay. Which is $13,050.
Okay, thank you. Point of inquiry, Senator Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on a question, the question was asked about how we assisting those with boats, the boathouse, the boating industry, with the sargassum, and coming up with a plan 2 years from now is really not an immediate response. I think the question was asked, if I may rephrase the question, are you looking for grants? Are there any grants available to boaters in distress? Because you have a lot of fishermen, boaters, charters that are stuck, their boats are stuck in the sargassum and they're unable to really earn a living for 2-3 weeks now. So I can't imagine when they work, they get paid. So now having to work for 3 weeks to a month because your boat is stuck in sargassum is rough. So are there grants that the department is seeking out? It could be a climate change grant because sargassum seems to be a result of climate change. So Commissioner Oriol, I wanted to rephrase the question to see if the department is seeking federal funding for climate change matters.
So, Senator, we are seeking funding for climate change matters. If one of those matters is a direct assistance fund for emergencies, that is not something on the federal side due to it not being declared a federal disaster. We could create something on the local side for a locally declared disaster.
Thank you so much. Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to the utilities. Who do the bills come to?
The bills come to us and we send them to finance.
Okay, so you should have some information as it relates to what your utility expenses should be. Yeah, you should have that. So you send them to finance. Who put them in the system? Finance or you?
Finance.
So you send them to finance, but you don't have a running balance. You don't check your bills to determine.
I do, and
Right,
I'll provide that in a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Kenneth Gittins, thank you for coming. Senator Sauer, you recognize 6 minutes.
Oh, wow, usually I go last. Thank you. The $10.6 million from the disaster recovery, that deadline is approaching soon, right?
I believe it's next year, Senator.
Okay, what do you have remaining of that 10.6 million?
I believe it might be 2.7, but
You have 2.7 remaining?
I believe so. But if our amendment request gets approved that we have submitted, where we would give every fisher an additional stipend, that takes care of the $2 million portion. And then the $700,000 that were earmarked for the artificial reef project, we are actively in discussions with the University of the Virgin Islands for that, to be going to them as a subaward to execute the artificial reef.
Okay, and that's critical because the only other island with an artificial reef, I think, is Grenada. And other islands are opening up, and we brag about our tourism product, but we haven't done much to enhance the tourism product of the territory. So you're positive you'll be able to spend this funding by the deadline?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, let's go to the Gustav Kittel Fish House. What do you generate from the rent there?
It's $65 a month times, I believe we currently have 20 stalls filled. So we can do a quick math on that and get that number.
Okay, so I know that the Kittel Fish House, I saw a video recently on the Kittel Fish House. Where is that funding coming from to renovate the fish house? What was the amount needed to renovate the fish house?
So the
capital projects didn't have any. There's nothing for capital projects, so I don't know. Well, on your federal grants, you have capital projects of $86,298, but on the local side, sorry, there's nothing allocated for capital projects. So what's your funding source for the fish house?
So the repairs that we're going to conclude on the Kittel are the paving in the rear as well as upgrading the cutting tables. That money was PFA money. It's the last $22,000 that we have from the PFA for that project. We have, in fact, reprogrammed or requested a reprogramming of one of our awards that would allow us to undertake some capital repairs to the Kittel Fish Market.
The Kittel Fish Market is leaking profusely. The infrastructure inside is almost deplorable at this point. Have you been able to do an assessment of what that would cost? And if you're not going to use federal funds, why is that not included in this budget as a capital project that you need to be done?
So to answer your first question, Senator, yes, we have done a capital analysis. We requested the assistance of Public Works to do that for us. I want to also acknowledge and thank Senator DeGraff because he was part of those conversations as well. We also looked at during the earmarks process, we requested through the Congresswoman's office an additional $800,000
2 minutes
to make capital repairs and put a second floor so that the fishermen would have, as an association, would have a meeting space on top of there. Unfortunately, that project was not picked up.
It was not picked up, so you still have a funding deficit, correct?
So, but right now, if one of our if the most recent reprogramming request that we have done gets approved, we will in fact have $300,000 to make capital repairs to the facility.
And when will you know if it's approved or not?
It's usually by August.
Okay. And if not, can we agree that you'll return to this body to ask for some funding to fix that fish house?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to the $2 million you received from this body dating back to when we agreed to open a refinery in the 32nd legislature. How much of that have you spent on the air monitoring?
We have not spent any of it on the air monitoring, Senator. We used our federal resources to go out and procure our air monitoring equipment.
So what have you done with the funds that we allocated for you? Did you reprogram those funds?
I believe we've, at this time, I believe that's Andrew funding. I believe we have one environmental engineer has been hired using those funds, and we are currently working on transitioning him onto a federal award due to vacancies now.
So roughly, it was $2 million, right? What is an environmental engineer being paid?
Time.
53, almost 54,000 per year.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I have a million questions moving forward on this one, and we only had 6 minutes. I just need to know, what's the intent if they have not used roughly that $2 million that we had allocated and only 54,000, in what areas did they reprogram these local dollars to? Because if they have this funding and they haven't used it, there are so many more needs within the department, like the libraries, the fish houses. If you can explain that to me, Mr. Chair, and the Chair's time. And I hope we have a second round, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Farrell. Commissioner?
Senator, I would leave that up to this body. I mean, that's really the
It comes back to us. Any monies that are left over, in order to be reprogrammed, you need to send in a supplemental budget. So we need to look at the various categories and make a decision as to how we're going to move forward. I see that for other services and charges, you have spent $809,000 out of a possible $2,360,000. So there's some flexibility in that particular area, and there's also flexibility in every other area, because you're on target to come in way less than what was appropriated. Appropriated was some $9,353,000, and we have over $4 million that was appropriated for personnel, and it'll be 9 months or 3 quarters. You have spent $2,608,000. So you're going to come in way under the $4 million by the end of the year. So there are some flexibilities there, colleagues. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good morning again to the DPNR family. I want to go back to the numbers. When I was asking the question earlier about the personal and associated fringe, the response was that some of those positions will be shifted to the general fund, to the federal funds. But I'm looking at your personnel services under your non-appropriated funds. And there is a significant reduction that I'm seeing, so we need to verify whether or not those numbers are accurate. Last term, this fiscal year rather, there was some $9 million under personnel services for non-appropriated federal grants. And I'm now seeing 5.3 million, 5.4 million. So that's a $3.7 million reduction. So I need clarification on your federal funds. And while you're looking for the information, do you have it?
I'm going to look for it.
Okay, while you're looking for it, let me ask a quick question around the libraries. If it's one thing that I was disappointed with in the presentation, because I think you gave some solid information this morning, but around the libraries, archives, and museums, the information was very short. And, you know, we've long talked about the concerns that we have with libraries here in the Virgin Islands. And, of course, you can always tell, you know, how well a community is doing as it relates to their literacy rate, you know, based on how many libraries they have. And I actually took some time to look. And throughout the United States, there's 9,000 plus libraries. How many functioning libraries do we have in the Virgin Islands?
Right now, one is open with the goal of being at 3 by the end of this month, Senator.
Okay, so which one is open?
The Regional Library for the Blind and Physically Challenged.
Okay, and we spent millions of dollars on this Charles Turnbull Library, God rest his soul. And we haven't been able to really, the community hasn't really been able to benefit from that library. Is that one of the libraries that's going to be opened by the end of this month?
No, Senator. Well, yes, Senator. I'm sorry. Yes. The circulation room, the children's room, the computer center.
Okay, so you have 15 vacancies under your Library, Archives, and Museums division. How many of those positions, vacant positions, are tied to libraries?
I can think right now, 4 of them. 5 of them off the top of my head.
Yeah,
Senator.
this is very disconcerting that we are continuing to have these conversations. We continue to talk about our literacy rate, children reading on grade level, but we don't really have a true focus or priority around libraries. And of course, you're responsible for libraries. Education is responsible for ensuring literacy. There must be some aligning between both. It's you know, it's concerning that libraries is not a priority here in the Virgin Islands. We have to make it a priority. You know, we talk about workforce development. We gotta make this a priority. So I'm looking forward to see what this is gonna look like. Actually, through the chair, Mr. Chair, I'm gonna ask that the DPNR Commissioner provides to the Legislature what is the plan for libraries throughout the territory.
2 minutes.
Okay, I have a lot of questions, but I think that's an important conversation that we need to have. And of course, through the chair, she can answer the fiscal person can answer the question through you. Okay, moorings. So, where are we with enforcement of our moorings?
We're active, Senator. I mean, the mooring period, mooring registration was this past month, June. Many of those are mail-in because a lot of the vessels are out of the territory during the peak season, the peak portion of the hurricane season.
So you're prepared for the startup?
Yes, we are.
So how many, I know that we had a conversation last budget cycle about hiring enforcement officers. I heard you say one for St. John. Where are we with the others?
So we hired this year, during this cycle, 2 additional officers in the St. Thomas district. Last September, we brought on board 1 on St. Thomas, 1 on St. Croix. And then now we are going to go up when the next academy is supposed to open we have recruited 2 individuals to come into the academy once.
Okay. Also, you said that you have how many vacant positions in total? 30 or 80 something?
No, 87.
87 positions you have vacant. So I took some time this morning to go to the website, the Division of Personnel website. They have 2, 4, 5 positions vacant for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. What I mean?
Senator, what that means is that some of those position postings have actually closed as well. So we're in the process of reviewing the certified eligible list. I won't say that all 80 positions. I won't say that all 80 positions were posted all at the same time. Some of them are also exempt positions that we're hiring people, like the 3 legal counsel positions, who were all made offers just as early as last week. So
of
we
the
are
87
chipping away.
positions, You have 245, so that's 82. So how many of those are closed? Would you have that information?
Celia, do you have any
you
other?
could probably answer that on the chair's time. Since,
Time.
yeah, this is hard.
So we'll look that information up for you specifically, Senator.
Yeah, how many are closed and how many have not been posted, and what's the status of them? Because, again, this is the same messaging that we're getting as we speak or have the discussion with all of the departments and agencies that come before us. They talk about all these vacancies, but we are not seeing the vacancies posted on the website. So that is a challenge. Mr. Chair, if you'll allow me one more question, it's tied to the landfill.
Go ahead.
So you have $10 million for a disaster recovery grant and $4 million for development of the plan that goes to, who does that go to?
Us.
To you. So you deal with that. $6 million goes to waste management.
That's correct.
But you didn't give us, that's the other area where you didn't give us an explanation. You talked about the $10 million, but you didn't say what's the status, when do you plan to start, what are the projections? We need more information as an update.
So, Senator, as I mentioned, we have, on our side for the $4 million, we've hired the operations manager. We posted the 2 environmental engineer persons positions earlier this year. They went unfilled. We worked with the Association of State Waste Management to refine the actual postings and post also on their, through their network of folks. We sent our operations manager to their annual meeting as well. On the $6 million side, which is going to the Waste Management Authority, again, I presented that the Waste Management Authority has in fact been working on a monthly basis with DPNR and putting their spend plan together. The spend plan, after it's come together, goes to the EPA for final approval. There are some items that Waste Management has wanted to put into the plan. They're not eligible items. Those things have in fact been covered by the EPA. And so we're just waiting on the finalization of the spend plan.
Timeline? I mean, when I say timeline, not timeline on that. When does this grant expire?
It is a 5-year grant with an additional 2 years, and we received it in in August of 2021.
So you're a year out, a year in rather.
We're a year in at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a lot of other questions, but
We'll try.
thank you.
We'll try to get some other questions.
I actually need to get the information from the CFO.
What was it you requested? The utility?
The federal grants and the reduction in the federal grants, as well as the utility information. Yes.
Federal grants and utility information, ma'am.
I have my staff pulling the utility information together for me.
Okay.
In the meantime, what we have budgeted for 2023 for personnel in federal grants is $3.8 million.
That's a decrease or increase?
It's a decrease.
So we have received less federal grants, or you just tell me?
We've received less federal grants this year, and projected to receive less in next fiscal year as well. But we're getting most of our standard grants that we get every year. We're getting.
Quickly before I go to the next senator, and we're gonna come back. We'll discuss that right now. We'll come back there. We're trying to figure out the personnel because we know there's a reduction in the general fund, and now there's also a reduction on the federal side. So that is going to reduce the number of vacancies that you have.
Total number, yes, Senator, overall. I think that there are a number, there are persons that are currently on the general fund, and we have an equivalent personnel on the federal side that we can transition to because that person may no longer be with here based on from where we were this past year.
So overall, that would be a decrease.
Overall, yes, because it is going to take away from the general funded crates.
At the beginning of this fiscal year, how many vacancies did we have? The beginning of this fiscal year, HR. How many vacancies did we have that were funded in the FY22 budget? In the mic.
In the mic.
I think we had about 40 of them that were funded at the beginning of the fiscal year.
How much?
I think it was 40 that
So-
was funded.
How do you have 87 now? We didn't pass any supplemental.
Because we have some positions that are listed for our vacant positions that have not, we don't have the PRFs to post those positions as yet.
Okay, no, I'm not asking the question from the PRF focus. I'm asking from the monies that this body provided to DPNR. How many vacancies did we fund last fiscal year? I mean, we could probably look at the post-audit report from last year.
I would have to look at the report.
We need to get that. I'm trying to see how much did we fund, how much did we hire, how much retired, how much resigned, so that we could get a number as to whether or not we're able to grow the personnel. Quickly, Mr. Richards, I know you're the chair of the Waste Management Board. Where are they with the spend plan for the $6 million? As the chair and having that direct link, what timetable have you set for them so that we could not lose these monies?
Good morning, Keith Richards, Assistant Commissioner. The Waste Management Authority executive team has submitted at least up to 3 spending plans for these funds. However, a lot of the request is in the area of purchasing equipment for waste reduction, waste diversion, and recycling. And the EPA has indicated that they're not completely comfortable with purchasing a lot of equipment, not only because of they prefer more programmatic type approaches to reduction and recycling, and they believe that the proposal includes too much equipment, and then with the equipment, they're questioning the ability to maintain the equipment. So that's been the conversation going back and forth.
So based on the EPA guidelines, when are they going to get this spending plan completed? Based on what EPA is telling them?
I believe most recently in the discussion between DPNR, Waste Management, and the EPA, I believe we've been able to come to a basic agreement on the percentage of funds that should be spent towards equipment. So the final step is now ensuring that the programs we're presenting will meet the
and I'm just asking a question we just need to get it done so that we don't lose the monies. Quickly on short answer, Bookmobile, inoperative and St. Croix, inoperative and St. Thomas too?
Yes, Senator. We believe the...
Inoperative all summer thus far?
Sorry?
Has both Bookmobiles been inoperative all summer?
Yes.
What's the issue with them?
One is a mechanical issue.
What kind of mechanical? Because I just see it parked every day. It's not even being worked on. What's the mechanical issue?
So there's several, like on the St. Croix side, we were repairing one of the lifts. We were having the generator had to get heavily serviced so that it would continue to have power, and there was an AC issue as well, and the windshield. So that actually has been to the maintenance person for that. The supplies have been procured. They should be able to fix it. The St. John Bookmobile, the issue has been getting the actual glass as well as the
windshield.
Yeah. So it's a 2004 bus, for which we have requested from the manufacturer directly, which is Bluebird, trying to get this thing in, unable to do so. So now we have to have it. We have had that specially ordered.
St. Thomas.
That's the St. John, the St. Thomas bus, the alternator continues to drain like extremely quickly. So we've taken it out on the road one day, you know, get it operable, and then you put it back and you go to start it up the next day, and the bus is unable to start. And we've been working with the Vitran folks for the buses as well as other diesel mechanics and trying to get it fixed, and they have not been able to diagnose the issue yet.
Thank you so much. Ireland without libraries is a sad testament to the state of where we are in terms of literacy when children don't have access to books. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Get a solar-powered battery charger, attach it to the vehicles, and put a separate alternator strictly for that battery backup. And tell me what they tell you after that. Okay. Solar-powered to charge a battery. It stays charged. Did you take a budget cut, Commissioner?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so personnel and stuff, did you receive wage increases?
There are no increases scheduled for FY 2023. We've paid all our increases that were necessary, but the contracts don't call for another step this year.
Okay, so classified, you have unclassified, no, let me see. Classified non-union, any GS personnel? One. They received a raise, they scheduled to get a raise in 2023 budget.
What is it, EG?
I think they get in the increase this year.
Well, we only have one classified non-unionized employee.
Right, GS. So they get in there, they do a wage increase in, I think it's 23 budget.
Yeah.
Right, so that money budgeted, that should be automatic.
Yeah.
That is budgeted?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, unionized employees, because I was looking at the post auditor's report from 2022 and now the post auditor's report for 2023, they is showing wage increases.
So I will correct myself. The officers, since we executed the contract last year for our enforcement officers, there are wage increases for the officers union this year as well.
Okay, so exempt employees, did they receive wage increases?
No.
Okay, we got a post auditor report from 22 to 23 showing wage increases for exempt employees also.
So what we've done is in our increases on our federal awards, we put in for some for our exempt employees. I believe that if in fact those increases are awarded, then the exempt employees on the federal awards will in fact receive the increases.
Okay, so
but it's not against the general fund.
Okay, no, because I'm saying for me, you don't have to fumble when it comes to increases, because I'd say personnel who work, wherever area they're in, you know, I don't have a problem with that. I just want to make sure that for the unionized personnel, they're receiving their wage increases first, and you say they were covered.
That's correct.
Anyone outstanding, any retro owed to any of them?
Anybody? Not that I'm aware of.
No?
Many. Oh, go ahead.
Celia Jackson Williams, Personnel Relations Administrator. So right now we have about 2 employees that are pending some retroactive monies. One employee, he was unclassified, and we had to go backward to bring him up to step. But all of our employees who are due increases have received theirs. There's another one with a funding source issue, but it's just the other day that came up.
So that funding source issue and that budgeted money is for 22 budget or 23?
It's for 22.
22?
Yeah.
Okay. And then it would be sustained into 23?
Yes.
Okay.
They won't be doing anything in 23. All of our employees, with the exception of the enforcement officers who are doing 23. So we can say all of our employees are basically up to step except for those 2 employees.
2
Okay,
minutes.
And how long those two will take to be made whole?
One will be before the week is done,
Good.
and the other one hopefully by next week or the week after.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Now, the infrastructure. I know you had one whole portion of your operation out of the Charles Turnbull Library. The library is shut down. Here you say now is going to be open up very soon. What extent of work has been done? The library needed a lot of work. It had mold issues. It had infrastructure issues. I saw it myself. When it reopens, will those things be taken care of?
Yes, Senator. So as I indicated in my testimony, we're looking to go back out to bid. So we went out to bid earlier this year for the capital repairs. The bids came in $1 million more than what the budget for the project was. What we have done since then is, there was a faulty chiller unit that has been replaced in its entirety. We've removed the carpet that was absorbing some or retaining some of that mold. But when the chiller unit died and the facility was just hot, a lot of that material, all that mold, everything died. So we have since had the building sanitized, cleaned, removed the carpet, and done all the repairs that we can do for right now to have persons in there until the capital project starts. The issue that we've been having now is that 3 weeks ago, the water in the building stopped running. And so we've had the plumber from outside, Pali Carib has come up there. They designed the system. We've had the contractors come in. We've used the plumbers from the Schneider Regional Medical Center, since they're the largest building in the government. And we've had multiple experts looking at this, and they can't figure out what the issue is to date. We've had WAPA personnel up there trying to also assist us in getting the water running. But for whatever reason, something is failing inside in terms of the mechanical system, and the water is not running up there right now.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, in closing, so then in a week time, it won't be ready to put your staff back in there.
So no, it should be. I mean, because the issue is that the pressure keeps dropping and then the water stops. It goes up and then it stops. We're hoping that it's really and truly just replacement of a part that fixes that and stabilizes the pressure. But like I said, we've brought in WAPA personnel, we've brought in hospital personnel, we've brought in private contractors, people who actually design the system in trying to rectify that issue. We're hoping that they're near a fix, but right now the building would be ready to go.
And when would the rent for what you're paying to VIA, when would that cut off? Once those people go back in?
No.
Continue renting the VIA section?
Yes. So the library staff is going to go to the library.
Oh, okay.
We entered into a 2-year agreement to lease the office space in the VIA building until we complete the repairs on the sub-base building. Okay. So VIA will be our home for the next 18 months. That's really as long as I want to be for us to be in there. But it might have to be a little bit longer.
Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Let's go back quick to the personnel so we could, or just monies, the federal dollars. For other services and charges, page 5 of 52 of the post-audit report. Other services and charges, this fiscal year, you had $85,212,575. What was where did a large increase come from? COVID, ARPA? Where did it come from?
On the federal side, Senator?
On the federal side.
So that's likely our Srf funding.
Which is?
The state revolving fund. Those are monies that we subgrant to WAPA, to waste management, to...
No, No, but then why would we? Okay.
So those are
for at 21 it was 11 million under other services. For 22 it's 85 million, and for 23 it goes back down to 14. I'm just trying to find out why did we have such a large increase for this fiscal year?
So again, the SRF funding is given not on an annual basis, but it's a large chunk that's available for 5 years with 2 years extension. So when we receive the SRF funding, of that, the state revolving fund, only 5% of that is administrative costs. Everything else is to go out. It's for sub-grants for public drinking water systems.
Okay,
It's
so
for those types of-
break down the 82, the 85 million. Where did it go?
I'd say that again it's not new money, Senator.
No,
Like,
but I'm trying. Since
so
we
it's
had-
it's still there. Like if you have the listing of our complete awards listing that comes out of Grant Solutions, where everything that we have inside of there is, you're going to see the monies that are there still for that SRF money, aside from what we've already obligated and sent out to those
so
agencies.
do you have a chart that shows
should be.
how much of those monies are remaining, until what year are those monies available? Because we did not include it in the FY23 numbers.
So, and again, they're not operational costs.
I know, but I just want to know what is it? Where is it going, and how has this community benefited from that $80 million was in that particular category? What can we see? What have been accomplished? I'm just trying to find out where did it go? Did we spend it? If we didn't spend it, then it should also be included in this fiscal year budget. What was the SRF? What was it, the time period to spend those monies? And I'm looking for a chart that shows that.
So FY21 would have been the first year. That's the year that we received those funds. And then we have a total of 7 years to execute.
Okay, so FY21, we had total federal funds.
Or is it FY20? I'm sorry.
$16 million, and then 22, it went to 102. And now it is at 23 million. So I'm trying to just figure out that large difference.
So that large difference is, in fact, those pass-through monies, whether it's the SRF funding that goes to our Division of Environmental Protection, and then Environmental Protection uses a 5% administrative on that to execute. But all of those funds, or the outside of 95% of those funds, goes towards your replacement of your water lines, drinking water lines, those types of capital improvements that go to those other agencies.
That's what I want, Mr. Gara, for you to tell me exactly where did it go. If it went to drinking lines, okay, I want to know, well, which drinking lines? You know, just so we can have an idea as to how we're utilizing those monies, or if you let us know which department it went to, then we can ask a question. Hopefully somebody else will drill down. So, point of inquiry, Senator Blyden and Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did request that information during my line of questioning because I told me to understand exactly where the money, who, what, when, why. And I requested that information earlier in the hearing.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Fred Gregory.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am having a really hard time with this conversation because I'm still not getting the information around the personal and associated fringe. But going back to that 85 million, right? So if you did not expend all of that, all of the state reform fund, then a portion that have to be carried over. If you get whatever $1 million that is, how much is the total state reform fund? Because whatever that is, over that 7-year period is how you allocate those funds, correct? So then if you're allocating those funds, then we should be seeing more in 2023, or you should be able to say to us, in the State Reform Fund for FY 2022, this is how much we intend to expend. This is what we obligate, this is what we intend to expend, and then this is what will carry over to 2023. So we kind of short on that information, so it makes it very hard to follow the conversation that we're having with regards to your financials this morning.
Understood, Senator.
Thank you.
Okay, so hopefully we can get some clarity before the end of the meeting. Senator Joseph, you're recognized.
A pleasant good day to everyone. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to the people of the Virgin Islands, my colleagues. I just wanted to, of course, indicate on the record and commend the hardworking people from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. I know you're juggling multiple projects. I just want to encourage you to continue to try to raise the bar and do better. Try to make it happen because I know it's a lot of work. My line of questioning is going to go out relative to your spending of your budget, because I noted in fiscal year 2022 we appropriated $9.2 million, and based on what your director of business, Ms. O'Gara, represented, you have only spent about $4.8 million as of July 15th, which leaves a balance of about $4.4 million that has not been spent. So that is almost half your budget, and we're ending the fiscal year in September 30th. So you have only spent, you should have had, if you were spending your money, you should have been able to spend down more of your general fund money by this time. So it doesn't look as though you're going to be able to spend the full $9.2 million that you are appropriated in Act 8474. So that's something for us to consider during budget markup, because we don't want to definitely, give more money to departments than they are able to handle and to spend. Now, my other concern and question will go towards your CZM division. I had an opportunity yesterday to go out on the boat to see one of the CZM permits that came in here for a public hearing. And this would be the one located for tropical marine on the east end. How many persons do you have working on your CZM permitting division, Commissioner?
Total across the territory, I think we're about 15. Hold on, I have that number exactly, actually.
Do you have any vacancies in that division?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, I need to know those two, because it really needs to be ramped up based on what I saw represented. Mr. Chairman, would they be able to hold my time, because he's looking for information? And
go ahead to the next question and then come back to that.
Okay. All right. So the other item I wanted to also look at is the environmental enforcement. I'll be quite honest, we got the testimony a little late, so I didn't get to really do a very extensive research on it to verify some of the representations here. But nonetheless, I wanted to ask, with your enforcement, how many new enforcement officers you're planning to bring in fiscal year 2023?
Senator, as I indicated earlier, the number of officers we're looking to recruit are going to be an additional 2 officers.
2 officers, and you were able to recruit how many in fiscal year 2022?
In 2022, we brought on board 2 officers. There is potential for a 3rd to be joining us before the end of this fiscal year.
2 minutes.
And then we, in September, so at the tail end of fiscal year 21, we brought on board 2 additional officers.
Okay, so you brought on 2 in fiscal year 2022, and you're looking to bring on an additional 2 in for this fiscal year 2023 budget?
That's correct.
Okay. Enough said. Now, I also wanted to ask you, you had at one time, based on the hurricanes, an abandoned vessels program. Where are we with that?
Executed in the St. Thomas, St. John district.
It's fully executed?
That's correct.
Okay, and that was from federal funds?
Yes.
Is it represented here in our, I was trying to look for it, but like I said, the testimony came in a little late for me, and so I wasn't able to delve into it. How much money do we have in that budget?
It was the award. The total amount of the award was $4.2 million.
And how much have we expended?
We have expended approximately like 1.8.
And when is the time frame for it to be expired?
December of this year.
Okay, so you have received 4.8 million. Is that your representation?
No, 4.2.
4.2, and as of today, you've only expended 1.8.
That's correct.
Okay, that is unacceptable.
So, Senator, if you'd like, I can clarify.
Oh, kindly do, because
we have a $3 million contract for the removal of vessels for Crum Bay. The contract was executed. We're waiting on the contractor to come. So that will be $3 million. And then there's an additional $200,000 for vessels in the St. Croix district. We're waiting on the contractor to actually mobilize.
Okay, and how does that look with your federal funding? Because you have a time frame to meet. Mr. Chairman, may I continue? Thank you kindly. You have a time frame to meet based on your grant requirement. And your grant ends this year, what time?
December.
December. Okay, so I'm guessing that you're going to ask for a grant extension.
We will. We already have, actually. We actually had our on-site audit for this particular award the first week in May. And so the federal grantor agencies were extremely pleased that we actually executed the $3 million contract in March of this year. The issue of the contractor mobilizing here from Florida is a scheduling issue.
Okay.
So, but they are very pleased, and they know that we have the contract in place, which is why they're supportive of the extension.
Okay, and I'll just wrap up. I don't want to abuse my time. Your contract, who is the contractor?
It's called ACT Environmental out of Florida.
ECT. There are some still abandoned vessels in St. Thomas. I went on the boat, just conclude, Mr. Chairman, in the Mangrove Lagoon yesterday. I went out there. I spent several, maybe an hour, not several, maybe an hour, and there are a number of abandoned vessels in that area that I went through on the water with those kind gentlemen who took me out there. So I would like you to be kind to revisit your closure on the project for the St. Thomas district specifically, because there are still a significant amount of abandoned vessels out there. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Joseph.
Mr. Chair, can I just respond to that last part?
Yes, you may.
So with this particular project, you could only remove vessels that were identified as a result of the storm being marine debris.
Which means not abandoned vessels.
Right. And so therefore, if it either happened after the storm and after we did the inventory.
Hold up 1 second. Is there a plan for abandoned vessels?
Yes.
Okay.
There is. So.
And is there a need for funding? Is the funding included in this year's submission?
No, Senator. So just about 2 months ago, the NOAA Marine Debris Program announced an $80 million award that was out for the country to deal with marine debris, and they have an allocation for the Virgin Islands. I don't know the specific number, but we're looking at an additional $4 to $5 million that would allow us to take up. So we have already been, it's something that was announced at the program managers meeting in May. As soon as they make the award available to the applicants, which is the states and territories, we will in fact be applying, because we already have a marine debris action plan that has in fact been improved by our federal grantor agency.
Okay, on page 26 of 52, quickly, the federal grants listed there are all the grants. I'm not seeing the one that you're speaking about, the SRF. And does Department of Interior have a TAP grant? I'm trying to find out which one that is. What's the TAP grant for Department of Interior?
So Interior is the Technical Assistance Program grant.
Did we miss the deadline for that grant?
The deadline closed April 1st of this year.
Did we submit before the deadline?
And we did submit some projects, yes, Senator.
So we did submit projects for technical
against
assistance?
TAP. Yeah.
Okay.
But we may not. I've seen the ranking of projects, and DPNR is not listed in the top 10.
Okay, where is this grant that had the 82, that contributed to the 82 million? You said SRF, I think you said it was named?
So the state revolving fund grants breaks up into like the capital drinking water grants. And so there's projects for, 3.9 million. There's 4.7 million clean water construction grant, clean water construction, capital drinking, all of those contribute and make up what the overall SRF program.
Okay, but I'm not seeing clean water here.
So I'm looking at the project listing right now. Oh, you're looking at the post-audit report? I'm sorry. I'm looking at the export of the from our grant solutions.
Did you submit an appendix with all your grants, all your federal grants?
I thought that was included in the.
It's not
to the post-auditor.
Okay, no, it's not included.
Prior to
what was submitted to the post-auditor. Is it?
Diana Garu, Business Office Director. I did supply the post auditor with 2 sets of listings. One that included the federal 2022 listings, and then the other one was the carryover balances from 2021. That amounted, I think the carryover balances I provided was 96 million, a little over 96 million.
Okay, can we?
And this is from the forms that were sent to us to complete.
Okay, so can you resubmit that email? And Mr. George, can you see if we have that carryover balance and just send it now to the staff so that we can share that information? Because I'm not seeing it here on the page. And I'm going to go to the next sentence. I know we're taking up time, but
Thank you.
The strange thing is that your, although it's a decrease this year, it's an increase over 21, your federal grants. So federal grants, you had 16 million in 21, and now we're up to 23. And 22 was just a strange year that we had this bulk of monies.
Is that correct? I thought it was...
Senator Johnson. Senator Johnson, you recognize. Sorry about that. Point of inquiry, Senator Farrell.
Mr. Chair, I was just waving my hand to tell you that you can move on to the next senator.
Okay. Well, let's get Senator Johnson and, okay, he's not there. Move to the next one, Senator Carrion. Before the end of the meeting, I really want to get his federal monies explain exactly what is going on. So whatever was submitted, please, and I'll ask whoever worked on this report, please submit that to us immediately. Senator Carrion, you recognize.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to the Commissioner and his executive team. Commissioner, I must commend you for the testimony you have submitted. One of the things I must highlight, I appreciate from what you submitted is the fact that you also have the budget for each division within your department, and sometimes we don't see that. We see everything lump up. So it really shows some collaboration with with the heads of your different divisions in putting together their budget also. Let me start. I usually start by asking agency heads about budgetary challenges in FY22. Can you kindly share with us, if any, what were those?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I think that, filling vacancies is one of the key challenges. We posted 44 vacancies this year. We only were able to fill 24 of them, and we lost 8 persons. So net, we're still we're not ahead. We're behind right now. Filling positions is what the largest challenge. Our second challenge, particularly in the St. Thomas district, it just boils down to space as well. Physical office space. Right now, our temporary offices were the best that were available. We're actually getting ready to move our fish and wildlife team into temporary spaces because the sargassum issues over in the Red Hook area have created significant problems for those offices. So physical space and filling vacancies are two of our biggest challenges.
And are those still of your concern for FY23 as we move into this new budget cycle?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Are those still of major concern to you as we move into FY23?
Yes, Senator. I mean, I think that we've identified a way to make the positions more attractive in terms of a salary standpoint. But if we're going to have people who are not accepting the job because they can't find housing in the territory, then that problem will continue to persist. Our physical space on the St. Thomas side, is not going to improve. We're probably at about 90% of our capacity, and we need to fill a number of positions as well.
But I'm glad to hear from questions from my other colleagues that you guys are, like you said, aggressively looking for ways to face this challenge and having conversations with other members of the cabinet to see how you guys could work together to improve this area. Main accomplishment for FY22, what would you say that is?
I don't want to pit one division over another, Senator. I've got 11 different divisions that have accomplished a significant amount of things that we've been talking about for a long time. And so I would say that if you look at my testimony where we're highlighting those things, I would say I picked the highlights across the department because each division is responsible for something else.
Very well. And is the division involved in any litigation at this time? Is there any litigation pending against the department, I should say?
Pending against the department? Yes.
2 minutes.
Is there any outstanding funds because of litigation's issue?
I mean, if we lose, a lot of them are arbitration grievances that have gone to arbitration. So no matter what, there is some payout. Even if we win, we still have to pay the arbiter. So there will be some funding associated with that.
With regards to, let's speak a little bit about your federal grants. Are there any in jeopardy at this time?
At this time, I don't think any are in jeopardy. But we would like extensions on a couple of them.
Okay. So those that you are requesting extension for, like how many of them are you requesting extension for?
Oh, that number is it's pretty high up there, Senator. I mean, again, a lot of these some of them are carryovers, so they're issued for the first 5 years, but you have 7 years to execute as part of it. Going back to Senator Joseph's question regarding the funding, so we've already been granted a 1-year extension for our derelict vessel project. That was approved shortly after the on-site visit is what my staff is telling me. So, again, requesting extensions sometimes it's part of the process. A lot of our awards are 18-month awards with an 18-month extension that is also eligible for. So.
Gotcha, Commissioner. Is there anyone from your team that can provide us the numbers of those you've requested extension for and those that you are planning to request extension for?
Time.
Senator, I think we just have to put that number for you together and submit it through the chair.
Please, through the chair. And if I may conclude, Mr. Chair.
Proceed.
What are exactly the challenges, Commissioner, with regards to some of these grants and the reason for requesting extensions? Is it a lack of capacity within the department? What are the challenges you're having that you are unable to execute some of these grants?
So I would say, Senator, that if it deals with operations, those are capacity. That's having enough staff to execute everything that you need to do. If it is project-based, that becomes things that are sometimes outside of the control of the department. Again, if we use the marine, the award I was just speaking about with removal of the abandoned vessels, the equipment that has to come into the territory in order for us to remove those barges is quite significant. It's a $3 million project. If we're talking about the sub-grant award that we're issuing to the Waste Management Authority, the Waste Management Authority has to put together a spend plan that gets approved by the EPA. So certain project-based ones are outside of our control in terms of how they're executed, but we do push forward with them. And then if they're on the operational side, we just need the amount of people necessary to execute everything we need to do.
Thank you so much.
I hope we could.
Go ahead, you may conclude, Senator.
Yeah, I was just saying that I'm hoping that we can get a grip of this because it's not a good look from the territory at the federal level, having continued extensions or having some of these grants expired. I thank you. I wait then the second round. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Ms. Kelch, have you been able to identify the sewer issue by the Door Center and have that repaired?
The sewage issue?
Yeah, there is an issue with sewage running through the Door Center to the southern portion of the center. Have we been able to identify a fix monetary for that particular problem?
We've been working with Waste Management. I don't think they've indicated.
Okay, 1 minute. We're not hearing the Teams link. If you could turn up the Teams link. Try again, Ms. Kelch.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead now.
Yeah, we've been working with Waste Management. They're still determining what that fix will be. As the last we heard that the almond tree in front, it compromised the pipes, and that's why we're having the issue. So Waste Management and Public Works are going to have to come in and come up with a solution for that issue.
Okay, thank you. Is there a plan to also provide additional staffing for the Door Center?
No, not at this time.
And the rationale, you want to expand the use of that, or you think it's sufficient at this point?
Eventually, we would like to add another employee. We just don't have the funding for it at this time.
Okay, that's why we here at the budget hearing, we are seeing that a number of the funds we had allocated for personnel will not be utilized this fiscal year. So we're looking at how we can rejuggle the monies. So if you can provide that information for me, please. Senator Gittins, you are recognized. You had a point? Point of inquiry, and straight to the point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'll try my very best to be continuously on point. Tell us, Commissioner, what is the status of your air quality monitoring as well as your water monitoring? Because you have a mandate by the Virgin Islands government. We had a hearing this past Friday for the Committee on Education and Workforce Development. You are supposed to supply the Virgin Islands Board of Education with information, and it is absent in their report. In fact, they are saying they haven't received any report from your division relative to carrying out your mandate in this statute. I think it's Title 17. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Senator. So right now in my department, we have, I believe, 6 to 7 persons in our water quality management program. And we have 1, 2, 3 persons in our air pollution control and air quality management division. So we operate, we do inspections of major facilities as is required by us. We process applications. We also execute like the weekly beach monitoring program, those types of things. If your question is specifically related to the report for the Board of Education, I would like to point out specifically what the law says is that DPNR, fire, environmental health shall submit a report as provided in Section D that shall A, identify the identification of major maintenance needs for the school, B, the schedule of completing that maintenance, and C, the cost estimates for major maintenance. DPNR doesn't do maintenance on facilities. That is not where our program expertise lies. Now, what takes place is coordination between agencies to do a site visit for the schools, because what we do is code compliance. And so this coming Wednesday and Thursday is going to be a walkthrough of all the school facilities that are there, that we have been requested to provide guidance on the school facilities this coming Wednesday and Thursday. And so that's where now we will do those.
You have been requested by who?
Excuse me?
You have been requested by who?
The Department of Education, specifically the Office of the Insular Superintendent. So there's dates that are scheduled for St. Thomas coming up. I believe it's the couple of days after, but St. Croix definitely is happening this Wednesday and Thursday. And members from my building division, as well as my environmental protection division, are already signed up to participate in those walkthroughs.
Thank you so much. Before I go to the next senator, the legislature has been invited, but we have session on the 20th. It's as if they don't want us to be able to attend this particular school visit. Senator Gittins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to all. As I am listening to the discussions, I'm not sure here. Why are we getting less federal funding this year?
Senator, the cooperative agreements that we generally operate off of are based on an allocation that's made by the federal government, and those numbers are not fixed. They're mainly formula based. So the federal government is putting out a lot of money in other things, particularly through the rescue plan and some of their other things. So the operational cooperative agreement, those types of things, sometimes, whatever the total allocation that the president submits, it gets cut up by the Congress.
So you think that it's not because we're not applying for it then?
No, not at all.
Okay, well, that's what I wanted to make sure. Now, 87 vacancies we're talking about, 80 plus. How many of these vacancies are classified versus unclassified?
Celia, you have that number? We'll take a look at that for you, Senator.
At some point, you could let us know. But what I'm finding is that we have so many exempt, unclassified positions now. It's just totally creating a havoc in government. And then we're saying that we can't find individuals to fill these vacancies when we have individuals submitting resumes, applications, and whatnot, and still can't be hired. But at some point, I'd like to know how many of your 87 vacancies are classified versus unclassified. Now, you have many divisions within your department. How many is it? About 8 or 9?
It's 11, including the Office of the Commissioner, Senator.
Okay, 11 divisions. The environmental enforcement and environmental protection divisions, these are two separate divisions?
That is correct.
Do they need to be separate with two different directors?
Yes, they do.
Okay. There was discussions about the libraries. Now, I've said time and time again that our libraries are not getting the attention that they ought to within DPNR, and so we need to look at moving this operation. And now you have, I'm in talks with the Office of Legal Counsel to draft an appropriate bill to have our libraries removed from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Now, how long has the McFarland Peterson Library in Frederiksted been closed?
I believe since 2016. I believe it was the year before the storm, Senator.
Okay, so it's been closed between 6 and 9 years. And you're saying, was it discussed that your intentions is to open this library within the next month?
That's correct, Senator.
What have been done to ready a building that's been shuttered for so many years in 4 weeks?
So we have brought in outside contractors to do some cleaning. We've brought in our technical support like BIT and VINGN to ensure that we have the capacity to be online and have that system.
2
It's really
minutes.
a reallocation of staff as well, Senator.
So bringing in people just to do cleaning, but this building has been shuttered again for more than 6 years, almost 9 years. And you're telling me that all that's going to happen is a cleaning to open this facility in 1 month?
No, Senator. What I put in my testimony is that while the Florence Williams Library is currently undergoing the capital repairs, and that those repairs will take another 6 months to complete, in order to provide library services on the island of St. Croix, we're going to now reallocate staff. We're going to make repairs as temporary repairs as quickly as possible till we can reopen. But then the Florence Williams Library will close for its own capital repair campaign itself after we reopen Florence Williams.
Okay, I guess after this we'll talk about the timelines for that, because we talk these talks and then we don't see any movements. Now we have, again, 2 main libraries. How many employees are employed between these 2 libraries, the Peterson Library and the Williams Library?
I would say between 11 and 12, Senator.
You could get that for me too. Where did we get the federal funding to purchase the bookmobiles?
I believe that was an interior grant. But it was an interior grant way back in like 2006, Senator.
Okay, right. And do you have trained and certified drivers for these vehicles? How many do we have, and do you have a maintenance plan as well?
So we have 2 drivers, one on St. Thomas, one on St. Croix. They do have they're certified to operate the buses, yes.
Time.
In terms of a maintenance plan, no, Senator.
No maintenance plan?
No.
Do you intend to put one in place?
Not for those buses, Senator. It is actually my intention to not have those big buses it would be my preference to get smaller buses that are more maneuverable inside of the communities. And we are working on using the new, when the president announces it in terms of its eligibility, the Clean Buses program, where you can do fully electric buses.
Good talk, but in the meantime, we already have these buses here, so what are we going to do with them?
So we're in the, as is stated in my testimony, the goal is to get them back on the road based on what the vendors are telling us. We should be back out before the start of the fiscal year. That's mechanics and everybody working on them.
That's why it's important to have a maintenance plan in place. But it seems like you want to do away with those buses. Mr. Chair, I didn't get to ask any of my enforcement question. We're going to have a second round, or I may ask one or two.
I'm going to go to a quick round with everyone being able to ask a question in particular. And I'll ask for everybody to be as concise as possible. So I would begin with...
ask one question. So can I ask one now and then one in the other?
Finish ask one now.
The enforcement. I wanted to know about your enforcement capacity, specifically in the district of St. Croix. And are they working on weekends? And how many vessels do you have?
We are working on weekends, Senator. In the St. Croix district, we currently have 3 operational vessels. And we are seeing whether or not we will be joined by 1 additional officer before the start of the fiscal year 23. And then we also have 1 vacancy for someone in the academy on St. Croix as well.
Is your enforcement director, the chief, with you there on the panel?
No, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. One question, everybody. Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, in your 2023 initiative, you spoke to the 8 watershed management plan that are nearing completion this summer. And it built into those plans, 30% designed for stormwater improvements for 16 sites. You said that CZM has requested funding from VITEMA under the Hazard Mitigation Fund. What's that amount that they're requesting to complete those sites to 100%?
I believe it's about $1.5 million, Senator.
1.5 million?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator James. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, in respect to legislation that you had sent down to amend some of the building codes and other things, do you have a status on that? What's happening with that?
Senator, I just know that it is here at the 34th Legislature. I'm not sure who is sponsoring it or what have you. But it was transmitted in February of 2021 by the Office of the Governor here.
And do you have a position on urgency of moving this legislation forward?
It is urgent for us because, again, what we're trying to do is we're trying to be consistent with the national standard. So making us consistent with the national standard we don't have any problems. Like if in fact we end up having a storm and we have, for example, our flood risk insurance, those types of things, if we are consistent with the national standard, then we don't have any issues with that.
Okay, very well, thank you. I'll try to flush it out of where it's at. And my final is in respect to the building permits. We had authorized or allowed for some funding for automation. Where are we with that?
Can you repeat the question, Senator?
E-permitting for the building permits. We had allowed for or provided some funding for the purpose of automation, e-funding. I mean, the e-permitting. Where are we with that?
So I'll provide a correction for the record, Senator. No funding was provided, but we will be launching it in September of this year. We just had a meeting with the contractor last week. But the legislation to provide the sustained funding makes it able for us to always be able to maintain that system long term. But we should be launching in September.
Very well. Stand corrected. Thank you very much, and we look forward to that being launched.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What are you generating from your environmental violations? I know that the mangroves were chopped down over at Hull Bay to allow for a parking lot, and mangroves are protected. I don't think that person was fined for a violation, but we have so many illegal constructions happening. So how much has the department collected in environmental violations?
Senator, we'd have to work out specifically where it is for violations because they go into pots of funding for other collections as well. We'll have to separate out what's actually been on the violation side versus part of the overall revenue.
Which does it go into the environmental protection fund?
So it depends on which division where the violation goes.
Most of the violations are on the construction side and the environmental side.
So on the construction side, when a person violates or does not build with a permit, what happens is that the person has to apply, but then they pay a penalty amount on the building permit. They pay 7 times more than what the permit fee would have been. That goes into the Natural Resources Reclamation Fund. If it's a CZM violation, it goes into the Natural Resources Reclamation Fund. If it's a water quality, like an illegal discharge or something of that matter, that goes into the Coastal Protection Fund. So it really depends on the nature of the violation. If it's an air quality discharge, that goes into the Title V fund. It depends on which division is assessing the penalty.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, through the chair, I'd like to request a breakdown of the funds collected for violations. I'd like to see how the enforcement looks on DPNR's end. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sarro. Senator Fred Gregory.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope that you're going to get the information that we requested with regards to the utility as well as the general fund and clarification around the financials, because I'm very unclear. I'm leaving this meeting very unclear. But let me just ask very quickly, because I think I've exhausted my financial questions, but not clear on the response. I think one of my colleagues touched on the mangrove and seaweed, the seaweed issue that we have out in the Red Hook area. I was over there this weekend and it is bad. It really smells bad out there. What can DPNR do to mitigate that situation? As far as removing the seaweed or whatever it's required, because it's really bad. You could barely function, and I feel sorry for those people who live in the area. And I know when I was at the Department of Education, there were times when we had to close down the school.
Senator, that's a very good question. I mean, the best thing that the department can do is keep the seaweed from landing on the shores. We attempted to do that in Red Hook from landing in front of our office area. We put out a boom. The volume of seaweed that came in actually collapsed the boom itself. Because once you start to pin it in like that,
But what about the removal? Can we remove that? Because I know at Crown Bay,
it can
when
be
the ships
removed.
coming in, did a hire contractor and remove it.
Right.
Something got give out there. Something has to give. It's bad. The whole place stink.
I agree, Senator.
But agreeing and not doing anything about it is two different things. So how can that's why I asked, how can we mitigate the situation? Can we get the seaweed removed? What can we do? We cannot continue to ignore that.
I mean, once it lands, Senator, then having the proper equipment to remove it is going to be necessary.
Put it out to bid.
Once it's inside that particular confine, though, their accessibility for equipment, those types of things, getting inside the Red Hook Bay area, it's not stable ground. It's not stable ground.
Have anybody looked at it to assess what could be done?
Yes, we've actually looked at coming in near shore, what it would take to do shoreline removal using an arm, putting it in, and it's exactly what the hotels have been doing on there, which is dealing with it once it reaches near shore.
Mm-hmm.
But when it lands on a beach, you actually have stable ground that you can access it to. We're talking about now having to cut ourselves, go through mangroves to get inside of Red Hook, because the entire Red Hook Bay is a system of mangroves and seaside maho, which are difficult trees, dense roots that are into that system. So we could cut a path that gets us to that shoreline, but that vegetation just puts us into another issue as well.
Thank you for your response, but that matter is really bad. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It is a serious concern.
It's bad.
It's a very serious concern.
Yeah.
I've never seen it as bad as today in St. Croix. From Seabourn all the way to Wappa, and just going out like more than 100 feet is just orange. You can't even see blue water. So it's really bad. I don't know how we're going to be able to tackle this vexing problem.
I mean, Senator, one possibility is just if the legislature can fund a general appropriation.
What is the amount?
Based on what the hotels are doing, Senator, they're doing $20,000 a day, $25,000 a day.
A day?
A day to mitigate when it's a dense blue. So all weekend last weekend was $25,000 a day, because then you also have the trucking for removal to go to the landfill. You cannot bring large volumes because when it's in that decaying stage, it's flammable.
Mm-hmm.
So the vapors from the methane versus what's going on at the landfills themselves, we particularly over here on St. Thomas, we don't have large areas where we can separate it or bury some of it. But the removal process is about $25,000 a day is what they go through.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator De Graaf. One question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, just along the same lines, I've been by Ritz-Carlton where they put out the blue boom, like you mentioned, and they're trying to get some expediting through DPNR for permits in regards to putting the booms. Now, with the amount of sargassum that we have, French Reef coming up online and these other hotels, are you seeing where they're putting in to get permits to expedite some of getting these booms? And is there any way we could work on it? I know it's not a budget question, but just along the same lines, in expediting getting those processes done so the beaches can get them in what have the hotels are on.
Yes, Senator. We're allowing people to put in the booms under one of our special permit processes so that we could expedite the approval of them. The government of the Virgin Islands, my office itself, is trying to hold what's called a general permit from the Army Corps of Engineers, so that if the government holds the general permit, then individuals don't have to go to the Corps of Engineers to install these structures in the water. we're also trying to put out guidance because it's one thing to put up a boom to hold it, but that volume is going to accumulate. You have to now be ready to trawl it out into deep water. And really all you're doing is you pushing it for somebody else to deal with somewhere. But that's all we can really do right now.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGrasse. Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if this question was asked, but I looked at the post-audit report on page 31, and you have about $14 million in outstanding obligations. Where are we with that? You have 2 vendors, and this is from fiscal year 2021 and 2020. Do you have a timeline to?
Can you
the
repeat
the post-audit
report? Which page?
31.
Oh, yeah, old number like that.
And where are you with your fiscal year 2022 obligations? How quickly are you paying your vendors?
I'm sorry, Senator. I'm looking at the outstanding obligations for fiscal year 22 at $14,084.
I'm sorry, 14,000 is my bad.
Okay, yes.
I'm sorry.
So the 2 elevator payments, we've requested already the supply contracts that allow us to do annual monthly payments to the elevators. We're just waiting on those contracts to get executed.
Okay, so this is still in limbo then.
It's in processing, but once the
from 2021, they're still in limbo.
It starts in 21. It's for the fiscal year, so the term is October to September.
Okay, October of 2021. Okay, to September of this year.
Yes.
Okay.
So once it's executed, we will make all of our payments. We've also asked, because each island only has 1 elevator company. So we've requested that the extension clauses, so we don't have to create a new contract, also be included. And then we just go ahead and execute the option to extend.
And these are your only outstanding vendor obligation. Do you have any prior year outstanding besides fiscal year 2022? Outstanding vendor obligations?
Not that I'm aware of.
All of your vendors? Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. In reference to your receivables, page 28 and 29, a number of individuals have paid, but you have a number that have outstanding amounts, to include Red Hook Marina, almost a little more than $500,000. What's the issue there?
So, Senator, Red Hook Marina, the issue is that several years ago, the land that's in front of where the docking space was is also leased by the government of the Virgin Islands. And so a lessor has to pay DPNR for the water portion and the Department of Property and Procurement for the land portion. Several years ago, when they were re-executing the lease for the Red Hook Marina property, they used the valuation that they came up with included the leasing of the dock area, which they should not have.
So how are we fixing that problem so we could charge?
So what has happened right now is that the former lessee was putting the money into an escrow account. We've already staked our claim on that. Department of Property and Procurement has in fact dealt with the landward side. And then now we actually have a new interested lessor for the government that we're looking at moving forward with. So that issue, what happens is because it's on the book, it continues. These are automatic software things, but that dock has also been out of commission since the storm. So the actual value is less than that.
Okay, so you're dealing with it.
Yes.
Okay, penalties on Little St. James, Greater St. James. Have you come up with a penalty?
We passed that penalty along to the Department of Justice back in 2020, and that because there is a provision that allows for the government to collect that. So our value went to them in terms of the overall penalty that the government served them.
Can you disclose the amount?
On the DPNR side, that penalty amount, I believe, was around 2.8 to 3 million, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Senator Carrion, one question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, my question was regards to that same area of properties receivable. What is the department's plan in collecting those amounts that are outstanding?
So again, Senator, we send notices of violation. A lot of the receivables are people that actually have things in the water, but these are also not all outstanding. Some of them are just due later on in the calendar year. But when we're preparing for meetings like this, where you have to show where you are in your collection, if somebody's permit was executed in September, then their payment is due in September. So there's the outstanding balance shifts consistently. December will give us another reading. But we do have some that we are having to go after a little bit more aggressively because they haven't paid in a number of years.
Going after aggressively means?
Issuing a notice of violation.
Okay. Along with penalties, and then what happens?
So well, by law, what we do is we try to settle the issue, the penalty amount, administratively. If there is no success in doing that, then we refer the matter to the Department of Justice, and you're not eligible for the negotiated amount at that point. The Department of Justice goes after the full amount of the penalty.
Thank you.
Can you through the submit to this body those that are from FY22 that are outstanding, FY22 and prior to that?
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gittins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, you said one more. So let me just go to the one. There was a discussion about the abandoned vessels. Commissioner, to register, when they register these boats, are they required to have them insured?
No, Senator.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you again. Just find some time for me so we could have this discussion and close the loop on this. We did have that discussion that boats over X amount of feet should be properly insured when they come to be licensed, so that we can address this problem that we're having in the harbor. It shouldn't take just a storm for us to be able to get federal funding to clean our harbor. Those vessels should not be left out there, abandoned, and then we don't have a way of getting rid of them. So I'm asking you to let's have that discussion so that we could close the loop on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Ms. Kelch, didn't you recently have a young lady working at the Door Center, and then she was laid off for lack of funding?
Yes, she was an intern.
Can you turn up the Teams? Go ahead and respond.
Yes. We from time to time we have interns for a limited amount of time based on funding.
So are you requesting a position for the Door Center?
I would have to have that conversation with our board, but that is something that we could look into. It would have to be a permanent position.
That's what I'm asking. Do you need a position? The Door Center has been heavily utilized in the last 6-7 months. So if you can get back to me as to whether or not there's a need for a full-time position, so that the committee can know, I'll appreciate that. Colleagues, I think we have exhausted all the questions for this particular group. She have to stand up. You got the utility information?
Yes, Senator.
Go ahead.
486, 625, and 96 cents.
That's for until?
From November to July.
Okay. Commissioner, I think that the questions in reference to the library in Frederickson that is vexing is that if this was all it took to get it open, we should have opened it years ago, because it has been closed for the last 6 years. And if we were able to just do the cleaning and do some other stuff and get it open, as to why we didn't pursue that path before.
So, Senator, what took place was that we put the repairs for the Peterson Library out to bid twice over the last year and a half.
And it came in more than.
And it came in more. And so what we did now is did some internal reprogramming of funding to be able to now do all of these cleanup, maintenance on the AC systems, doing the small repairs. And then now we're going to reposition people that are at one library to another one. But we're still, we posted positions for library positions that went unfilled during the year as well. So, like a big portion is in fact making sure that the facility itself is fixed up. And we thought we were going to be able to work on both facilities at the same time. And when that was not apparent, we said, okay, well, let's reposition, but we still need the staffing to be able to offer, the full complement of what the library can do.
Okay. The staffing shouldn't be an issue because you could utilize the staffing from Florence Williams.
So we're going, that's exactly what the plan is right now. But even from the last times that Florence Williams was open, we've also lost, a librarian position who left the territory and went back to the States, and that position has not yet been refilled.
Okay. I'll allow you to put a closing statement on the record.
So I just, again, want to thank the 34th Legislature for the opportunity. I know that budgets are always very difficult, and, in a perfect world, we get $1 billion to be able to protect the air and water quality and coastal resources of the territory, which I hold very near and dear to my heart. But I think that the efforts that are put forth by the department are outstanding year in and year out, day in and day out, in terms of executing what our mandate is. Additional resources will go a long way. But I still think that we are doing an outstanding job. We've made strides from last year and this year. I encourage you to really look at the appendix, looking at the accomplishments for all the men and women of DPNR over the last year, because this is really about them and the hard work that they provide for the people of the territory. So with that, I'd just like to say thank you once again, and we look forward to a favorable budget markup during when that time allows for.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Oriol. The Committee of Finance will recess until 1 o'clock. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read the next item on the agenda?
The Office of Veterans Affairs invited testifiers. Patrick D. Farrell, Director.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Director Farrell, I'm going to allow you to put your name and title on the record, and then I'll allow the staff member that's here with you to do the same. You may proceed.
Patrick D. Farrell.
Patrick D. Farrell, Director, Office of Veterans Affairs.
Juliet Frederick, Program Administrator.
Thank you so much. Mr. Farrell, you may proceed.
Chairman of the Committee on Finance, the Honorable Senator Kurt A. Vaile, committee members, and other distinguished senators of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States. A most pleasant good day to you. Additional greetings to all that are physically present, viewing via the Legislature's Legit TV or any other media outlet. To my comrades in and out of uniform, thank you once again for your service to our country and for your unwavering support. Last but certainly not least, I would like to recognize the staff of the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs, whom I refer to as the pillars of the Office of Veterans Affairs. Ms. Hewitt, Ms. Daniel, Ms. Frederick, and Ms. Gordon. To our summer interns, Ms. Simon and Mr. Francis, thank you for you temporarily being a part of the team, helping to assist in enhancing the quality of life of our veterans and their families. I am Patrick D. Farrell, Director of the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs. Today, I am here to offer testimony on the budget design for the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs for fiscal year 2023. With me is Ms. Frederick, Program Administrator for the Office of Veterans Affairs. The Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs continues to provide current information to the veterans of the Virgin Islands as it relates to their local and federal benefits and entitlements. This includes, but is not limited to, available health care, educational opportunities, burial benefits, and the filing and processing of related claims. Additionally, the Office of Veterans Affairs periodically recommends new legislation and amendments of existing laws pertaining to veterans and their families to the executive and legislative branches. This agency remains committed to serving all veterans in the most proficient and expeditious manner as possible. We pride ourselves on resolving the issues of every veteran walking through our doors, reaching out to us virtually or via telephone in the most timely and respectful manner. Our mission statement, vision, and strategic goals all reflect the changes in our ever-revolving society and different generations of veterans. The mission of the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs is to honor the commitment of Virgin Islanders who rose to the challenge of wearing our nation's military uniform, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, by continuing to advocate on their behalf, resulting in the enhancement of their quality of life, and by making sure they receive all entitled services and benefits. Our vision will have been realized when it is blatantly evident that Virgin Islands veterans are equivalent to all veterans across the nation as it relates to federal entitlements, benefits, and services. Some of our more notable ventures during the latter part of last fiscal year and this fiscal year to date include the following. According to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, fiscal year 22 priority list for state cemetery grants, 100 projects requested funding across the nation. Of the 100 projects, 43 were found to have met and submitted all requirements or documentation for the consideration of funds for their project. Of the 43 projects, the Virgin Islands was placed as number 20 on the priority list. Unfortunately, of the 43 funding was allocated for only 12 projects during FY22. We patiently await the start of FY23 and notification from the United States Department of Veterans Affairs of the allocation of funding for the Veteran State Cemetery Funding Program. This Veteran State Cemetery, which will be the first of its kind, is earmarked for the island of St. Croix on the western side of what's currently known as the Veteran Section. 2, we are in the process of launching an initiative that will realize disabled veterans being able to better access VA medical services. Currently, there are no provisions for disabled veterans with limited or no mobility to attend VA medical appointments. To be specific, I'm referencing those veterans that are bedridden, wheelchair dependent, or depending on any type of mobilization device or machine to get to their required appointments. These conditions usually require specialized transportation, and if not available, can cause the missing of appointments. As you know, the missing of preventive care appointments can prove to be detrimental to one's health in the long run. We are determined to assist our veterans in any way possible so that they can be with us as long as humanly possible. 3, in June of this year, the Office of Veterans Affairs joined the Office of the Governor and Lieutenant Governor in celebrating women veterans of the territory as a part of Women Veterans Recognition Day. The Governor and Lieutenant Governor both signed a proclamation designating for the very first time June 12th as Women Veterans Day in the Virgin Islands. This event was attended by women veterans from St. Croix, St. John, and St. Thomas. 4, we are currently in conversation with the Office of the Deputy Secretary of the United States Department of Veterans Affairs as it relates to him visiting the territory in the very near future. This visit will allow the hierarchy of the United States Department of Veterans Affairs to understand more intimately the conditions veterans are faced with in the Virgin Islands. 5, we created an additional way for veterans to stay informed. Being that a vast majority of adults have cell phones, we are able to send messages directly to their cell phones. For this to take place, veterans are required to text the word VETS, V-E-T-S, to 1-888-652-8387. After submitting the required information, veterans are added to a database affording them to receive press releases directly from the Office of Veterans Affairs. Some of our current goals for fiscal year 2023 are as follows. Identifying funding to assist veterans in part who elect to travel to the mainland for the purpose of VA medical appointments. Finalize transportation for disabled veterans to be able to better access VA medical appointments. Invite veterans to be a part of the very first Advisory Council in the Virgin Islands. Continue to advocate for a VA community care office to be located within the Virgin Islands. Complete the process resulting in the second Veterans Crypt being built on St. Thomas and the first burial crypt being built on the island of St. Croix. The crypt on St. Croix will be in lieu of the first VA State Cemetery being built in the very near future. And also to continue to advocate for a better reimbursement rate and timely provider reimbursements. We are also continuing to research the possibility of decreasing the financial hardship of a significant population of our veterans. If brought to fruition, this will not affect the financial position of the agency. First, quite a few non-service connected veterans elect to continue accessing medical care via the Caribbean healthcare system, which is headquartered in San Juan, Puerto Rico, some of whom do so multiple times per month. I believe with us already having the funds to reimburse, it would soften the financial impact by us creating a process that will allow us to pay upfront after verification of the appointment and having an airline vendor in which we can collaborate with. This will especially benefit our veterans that are on a fixed income, and it would also alleviate veterans skipping necessary medical appointments due to lack of funds. Another way we can assist is by paying upfront for the funeral expenses of deceased veterans versus requiring their families to pay and then be reimbursed. Same concept as the aforementioned. The cost of funerals has drastically increased over the last few years, and again, funds are already allocated to our office to support the families of veterans in this instance. We continue to encourage our veterans to access the office using any available technology as much as possible. Yes, the office is 100% open. However, we find it to be proactive as it relates to safeguarding the lives of our veterans, their families, and the staff of the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs. Our website allows veterans that are computer literate to conduct most of their VA business from the comforts of a location of their choice. By accessing our website, at www.veterans.vi.gov. Veterans can register online with the agency, request military records, request reimbursement for authorized medical travel, and request education waivers, just to name a few, all of which can be submitted online for processing. We do realize that there is a significant sector of our veterans who may not have computer access or the knowledge to navigate computer systems. Those veterans are welcome to visit the office for assistance at any time during office hours. Currently, we are authorized a paid staff of 5 employees, 1 coordinator of veterans programs and 1 program administrator on the island of St. Thomas, 1 coordinator of veterans affairs, veterans programs, and 1 administrative officer 2 on the island of St. Croix. The director position is territorial. Of the 5 authorized, we are at a 100% staff level. In addition, all union employees' raises are current and implemented within this agency. As you can imagine, this is a great contributor to our employee morale, based on a scale from 1 to 10 being at 8.5. For fiscal year 2022, our requested general fund appropriations were in the amount of $1,235,443. Of that amount, an estimated $436,739,000 was earmarked to cover personnel salaries and fringe benefits. $348,704 for operating expenses. $450,000 was collectively earmarked for non-service connected medical travel and burial benefits. $350,000 was earmarked until expended as the match for the United States Department of Veterans Affairs Cemetery Grants Program. In addition, $100,000 of non-appropriated funds was received from the Virgin Islands Lottery. There are provisions within the VI Code allowing for the Office of Veterans Affairs to receive 20% of the proceeds from the annual Veterans Taxi Medallion auction. We expect to receive a collective amount of $29,540 from the VI Taxi Cab Commission as a result of the Veterans Taxi Medallion auctions held in December of 2020 and 2021. For fiscal year 2023, our requested general fund appropriations are in the amount of $1,180,390. Of our requested amount, an estimated $507,591 is to cover personnel salaries and fringe benefits. $222,799 for operating expenses, and $450,000 to cover medical, travel, and death benefits collectively. In addition, an estimated $117,000 of projected non-appropriated funds is expected from the Virgin Islands Lottery and the Taxi Cab Commission collectively to assist in the coverage of our everyday operating expenses. The agency currently owns 4 vehicles, one 2016 Chevrolet Equinox and one 2022 Chevrolet Colorado on the island of St. Thomas, and one 2020 Chevrolet Traverse and one 2022 Chevrolet Colorado on the island of St. Croix. All 4 vehicles are in very good condition. We continue to assess our operation and think of how we can make this agency an even better oil working machine. We remain committed to our mission, which is to honor the commitment of Virgin Islanders who rose to the challenge of wearing our nation's military uniform, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, by continuing to advocate on their behalf and by enhancing their quality of life by making sure they receive all entitled services and benefits. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to address you and the Committee on Finance. Ms. Frederick and I are available to answer any questions that you or any other member of this body may have for the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Director, for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go to a short round of questioning. It's a small department, 4-minute round, beginning with Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Director Farrell.
Good afternoon, Senator.
And your supporting team there, and thank you so much for your testimony. I want to start by saying thank you for your service and all veterans here in our territory. The budget is pretty small, $1.2 million, but nonetheless, let's go through the post-audit report. I see here, in respect to your budget, capital projects. Do you have anything slated for next fiscal year 23? I see budgeted for $60,000. Do you have anything slated?
That $60,000 is actually for our vehicles that were already purchased, the two 2022 Chevrolet Colorados.
Okay, very well. But supplies also have decreased by $5,575. What type of supplies are we speaking to, and is that appropriate for fiscal year 23, or do you anticipate using more than that?
It is actually appropriate. I'll let Ms. Fredericks expound on that.
Yes, it's appropriate. We are expecting our monies from the lottery and the VI Taxis Commission, so that should suffice for that.
Okay, utilities, I see that there's an $11,000 increase on the utility, then we know what's going on in that space. So I'm happy to see that, because I understand that you do need more for utilities in respect to your bills. Miscellaneous section, $450,000. What encompass? That's all for medical and burial benefits for veterans?
Correct.
Okay. How much have you spent year to date for that category under the miscellaneous section?
I think up to the day when we submitted the report, which is back in February.
Do you have a more current number? Because we're in July, end of July right now.
Yes, we do.
Okay. Okay, while you're looking for that, ma'am, your lease is the annual lease for $22,500. When does that lease expire? Which month?
For the veteran medical travel,
No, for your lease.
it expired August 2022.
Oh, so it expires next month.
Yes.
Okay, so you're in the process of getting it renewed?
Yes, we are.
Okay, very well. Did you get a number for me? As yet?
Yes, for veteran medical travel as of July 8th.
Speak into the mic, please. Speak into the mic.
You pull the mic across.
Okay. As of July 8, 2022, we have expended $46,760.25, and for death benefit, we have expended $242,542.
So basically, you have expended $242 plus 46. That's almost $300,000.
Which is a total of $289,302.49.
Okay, correct. Okay.
1 minute.
All right. So $450 seemed to be sufficient, Director?
Yes, at this point, yes.
Okay. And let's speak to your testimony. In your testimony you spoke to on page, I made note, on page 4. Let's speak to the identifying funding to assist veterans in part who elect to travel to the mainland for the purpose of VA medical appointments. Where are we at in that space? Because we know we have been talking about this for some time. What have been done in that respect?
Yes, Senator, as you know, and the rest of the body may know, this is something that we have been discussing. As a matter of fact, I'll even go out to say that my last 3.5 to 4 times out of being in this legislature, it was about this one particular topic.
Correct.
So we became very committed to resolving this, and it's going to be resolved in the very near future to where we allow, initially it was 0 to 40%, we'll give you $250 once you have authorized travel to a VA medical facility on the mainland. But we're going to extend that to every veteran in the territory that elects to go to the VA medical facility of choice. And when the money done, we'll come back and come to this great body, and we will ask for more.
And
Time.
Director Farrell, I'm very happy to hear that. And I mean, that's what it's all about. We work together as a team, and it shows that you really care and your heart is in the right place. So I do appreciate that. And thank you so much for your testimony and all that you're doing on behalf of the veterans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator James, you recognize? Senator James Mike, we're not hearing him. Try it again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Director Farrell, I see here in the post-audit report, page 5 of 7, it references that you are awaiting some money from the VI Taxi Commission from the sale of veterans taxi medallion auction held in December 2020 and December 2021. What is the status of that? Ever since this post-audit report was put into place, have you seen some movement there or action there when it comes to the funds?
I had a conversation with the now acting executive director of the Taxi Cab Commission, and she has assured me that we will work together to get this taken care of in the near future, in short order.
All right, because we would like to know what that will look like. I guess we could factor it in from now in the budget to make sure that we see there that you have those funds. And as far as the situation, I know it's a little off topic because Senator Blyden basically went through the entire post-audit report. So as far as the situation with the individuals who came before this body, I think it was in the Committee on Government Operations, ever since we had that meeting, have you had the opportunity to go back to the drawing board and find out how we can better assist our veterans when it comes to traveling in the territory or out of the territory, I should say?
Senator, as just stated, we have made a commitment to identify the funds to make sure that this start to take place in the real near future. So that is something that we're committed to make happen.
No, but that's not the question I asked. I understand.
Okay, so repeat your question, Senator.
The conversations, have you had the conversations with them?
I need to get the policy and identify the funds first before I go back and have that conversation. Once I do that, I'll have the conversations with all the veterans in territory.
Because I want to make sure when you make that decision, of course you can't please every single individual because everyone has their own thing that they want in there. But just to make sure you have that conversation with them so they won't come to us saying that you're not communicating with them regarding the funding. And as far as well, we already know you have a small staff, so you're okay with what you have as far as staffing. You don't need any additional staffing. No public relations officers. Who does your public relations?
At this current time, I do, but we are about to make some changes. We have 2 positions that we will merge and make that into, hopefully make that into a public relations or media relation vacancy and get that filled.
What are those 2 positions you plan to merge to have that individual do public relations?
We had an assistant director position that was out there for a short time.
1 minute.
And also I think it was an administrative secretary position, but we have enough administrative secretaries on board as we speak now.
Yes, because we want you to focus more on the administrative side and dealing with the policies and have someone who is dedicated to public relations so we can get the word out, not just on social media, but Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, on the website, all media outlets. So those individuals cannot say that you're not doing anything because I think you are doing a good job. Of course, there's always room for improvement, and hopefully that is part of your improvement. In closing, I just want to say when it comes to the $1.1 million that you're about to receive based on the governor's recommendation, I'm hoping and praying that that is based off of a conversation you had one-on-one with the governor and not just something that was handed down to you, right?
Myself and the governor, we always have conversations as to what's best for this agency. So that was a conversation, absolutely.
We just want to make sure that you're getting what you deserve as far as what you need to run the agency so you can't really come back and blame us. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and God bless.
Thank you, Senator James. Mr. Farrell, what was the justification for the 589 and the other services and charges? The increase on 208,000?
The increase in
other services and charges.
Go ahead, Mr.
Actually, the 589, it was collectively the miscellaneous section that's in there. So the actual budget is the 589, 374 minus 450.
Okay, so the so what the 1,180,000 is you have to subtract the 450 out of that.
Yes.
Okay. And the last time we did not include the 450 in that particular category.
No, we did not.
Okay. But the non-absent fund, I think that's an error. That should not have been 1,150,000. That should have been 450,000.
Non-lapsing?
Mm-hmm.
Non-lapsing is 1,050,000.
And that was from where?
That is for the funds, 700,000 for the cemetery and 350,000 for the crypts.
Okay. But you haven't spent those monies yet?
No.
No, not as yet.
Okay. So we're going to try, and it was available until expended?
Correct. It was available until expended.
Okay. And the 785, last time the 450 wasn't calculated in that, correct?
No.
Okay. So your capital outlay is to zero?
It's zero at this time, yes.
The 60,000 was to fix the one place?
No, that was for the two vehicles.
2 vehicles.
Okay. Senator Francis is not there. Senator Sarro? Proceed, Senator Sarro.
Mr. Chair, can I ask for your indulgence to skip me, please? So I could just...
Not a problem. Senator,
Thank
this is Veterans Affairs, so let's call it veteran. He's supposed to be ready all the time. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. You know, I don't care how we slice or dice or turn upside down this budget. Ain't gonna find no problems. So this one here is a check mark. First of all, I was driving down Long Bay Road by the Pueblo and I saw a gentleman standing outside with a sign said, homeless veteran, need assistance. And being a veteran, any veteran is you know, we are linked. Wherever I could go to Timbuktu. A veteran's a veteran. A human being even more. I called Director Farrell right away, and Director Farrell dropped what he was doing, drove up there, looked for that gentleman, and gave me a feedback. Director, thank you very much. Highly appreciate that.
Absolutely.
You know, as one veteran to our next, that's how we supposed to look out, and that's the Virgin Islands way too, you know. But thank you for that and all you do. I see. I noticed you put in your testimony wage increases and everything for your personnel are taken care of. You think I was done with it? Nah. I just want to make sure. The part where you talk about the wage increase, because hey, to me, the great work you've been doing is from that staff next year. And by the way, that lady next year is Habanero too. So, you know,
that's why she's so good, because she has Habanero.
So again, the great work you're doing it from your staff. And I noticed you said they're already, yeah, definitely all from Savan. So in dealing with your staff, and I just heard you mention about merging two positions to get one, would that mean bringing on an additional person?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so is that budgeted for 2023?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now in bringing that person on is a unionized position?
Right now, yes.
Okay, so would they, the classification of the position, you'll be creating one? Or they would be coming in to fill a position?
No, we have to combine them first. So
Okay.
basically, yes, we'll be creating a position, yes.
Okay, so now with where they're coming in at the salary they're going to be making, wouldn't put the other employees in any issue with them coming in and they're already in their longevity and stuff?
No,
it wouldn't be a posted issue.
No, first of all, it's a totally different position. It's a new position that's warranted within the agency.
Okay.
And secondly, that position, the salary has not been set just yet, but it's going to be fine. The employees of the Office of Veterans Affairs are taken care of. And if they're not, we're going to fix it. We'll take care of them.
And finally, in regards to them, they, all the monies are paid into GERS for them? Any outstanding monies?
No.
No? Okay, good. Now, your facility where you work, based on what I've seen, I don't know, but I think you guys
1 minute.
outgrown it. And in your rental, let me see, your contract is ending in November, I think was mentioned.
The lease is up
the lease?
in
Yeah,
August.
August. Is there in the talks now, is at least looking to go up or maintain at the same amount?
Maintain at the same rate.
Okay, good. So that in itself is a plus. And I like also to put out that for veterans, how many veterans more or less do you serve in the territory?
How many we serve?
Correct, yeah.
I could tell you that we have just about 8,000 on the books. That's the number that we work with. But we don't serve all of them all the time.
Right.
So annually, I would say we serve at least 2,500, at least.
Okay, and the staff you have will be sufficient for... Okay.
Yes.
Good. Do your staff garner overtime?
No. They only
No.
Well, actually, 2 times a year we get overtime, which is Memorial Day, which is actually a holiday, and Veterans Day.
Veterans Day. So a budget
Time.
to cover...
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Joseph?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon. I am not a member of the Committee on Finance, but I do make a point to be in the committee meetings and to ask questions. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Farrell, and before I say that, I really want to commend you and your staff for the hard work that you do on behalf of our veterans. I had the occasion to be in my first Memorial Day event because, we had COVID, and it was well put together, and I really appreciated the staff work and everyone's engagement on that event, and it was very memorable, and so I really want to thank you for that. My question to you is going to go towards some of the funding that you look at the veteran medical travel and death benefit. I know you stated that you're going to look at revamping it basically and the policy you're setting, because based on the post-audit report, you've only expended of your total of $225,000, 30,000 for the veteran medical travel. Is this money typically available after the fiscal year has ended, or does it roll over into the next fiscal years?
Excuse me. This money is actually every single year we get a new budget. So once we the 450,000 for this fiscal year, we get a new budget for 450,000 for the next year.
Okay, so do the remaining amount, if you have not expended it all entirely, what happens to the remaining balance?
It goes back
to the general
fund.
Yes.
Okay, so do you anticipate that you will have such a major need now that you're contemplating, Director, opening it up, because you have money that is left back unspent, and now if you open up so that persons who service connected and non-service connected, this money is used for service connected and non-service connected medical needs?
Travel, yes,
Travel.
It's about to be.
Okay, so if you open it up based on your expectation, would it be beneficial to have that money roll over the remaining balance so that you could meet perhaps the anticipated needs for your customers and your constituents?
Well, first I would say to you, Senator, that now that we're about to embark on doing this, there is going to be an increase on the amount of veterans that's coming requesting for reimbursement of their travel. So we have to keep that in mind. So to answer your question, the best thing probably to do would be to make it available until expended in my estimation.
For each fiscal year,
Yeah.
correct?
1 minute.
Correct.
Okay, so that was my thought, because based on that, you're going to have a need. Do you have any data on how many persons who are service connected that take advantage of that program, and those who are not service connected that take advantage of the veteran medical travel? You have any data on that?
We have the dollar figures, and we
Because I didn't see anything delineated in your report.
I could give you the figures for the non-service connected.
Okay, what about those for service connected as
Service
well?
connected is a total different pot of money, which actually comes from the federal government right now. So that's why she said she could give you the non-service connected.
Okay. But you can provide the service connected as well.
We can because we're about to.
Okay.
That's with the new program that we're about to
Yes. Okay. So if you could provide those two numbers for me, please.
Okay. As of today, we have spent $46,760.25 in medical travel, which is about 114,000 reimbursement we have processed so far.
Time.
Mr. Chairman, may I be allowed?
You may conclude.
Okay. And service connected.
Service connected, from the current policy, which is only 0 to 40%. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
We, in our office, we have only funded about maybe 15 or so with the current policy.
15 persons?
Correct.
And at what cost?
$225.
225.
Or 250, sorry, 250.
200 what? What 200?
$250.
And what is your budget from the Office of Veterans Affairs? I mean, as far as your federal side.
We don't get that. That's not our budget.
Okay. It's not included?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway.
I think you need to get a clarification.
Okay. The current policy that we have within the Office of Veterans Affairs, which is on the state side, we had a policy where we allowed those service connected from 0% to 40% to be able to travel to the mainland to a VA medical facility of their choice, and we'll reimburse them up to $250 of their ticket.
250. Okay.
Right. Anybody that is 40%, between 40% to 100%, they are funded through the federal government, the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, not the Office of Veterans Affairs.
Because it's active duty, correct?
Well, not active duty, but service connected means they were injured or have some kind of medical condition as it relates to being on active duty.
Which then will be funded by the federal government.
By the federal government, yes. They are veterans, not on active duty.
Right, so which is the federal government responsibility because
absolutely. And even those that are up to 40%, they do not get a large sum of money, so that's why we instituted the policy on the state side to augment what the federal government would give them.
Okay, thank you so much. I just wanted to clear the record. Act 8474, Section K is the Office of Veteran Affairs. Veteran Affairs medical and burial expenses to remain available until expended. So we did it from last budget cycle. So the
That's right. We corrected that last.
Yeah, we did.
Yes, we did.
You made a.
Yes, we did.
Okay. So are we going to do the same thing this year? So
Yes,
whatever monies are there, you would have access to. Senator Farrell, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for allowing me time to prepare. Director Farrell, the Taxi Cab Commission, how long have you not received those funds? 1 fiscal year or 2 fiscal years?
2 fiscal years.
2 fiscal years?
Yes.
What's the discussion? I don't want to belabor the issue, but what's the discussion with the commission?
Well, in their defense, they have had rapid turnarounds of executive directors, so we kind of got lost.
That can't be in their defense.
Say again?
That can't be. You're being nice today. That can't be in their defense. They're the ones that sending the executive directors home, and they're the ones that not hiring any fiscal officers. So that's not to their defense. That's really neglect, and that's share. So you don't have to answer that, but that's something that we really need to discuss, because that's just not doing your job. Period. Point blank. Now let's move to your utilities. In the fiscal year budget 22, we allocated $11,000. This year you're recommending $20,000, which is a $9,000 increase, but your actuals for your utilities is actually what's your actual? The post-audit report has 2,173. So if you didn't even spend roughly a fourth of your utilities, why the increase? Why the $9,000 increase? Page 2 and 3.
During the hurricane, our offices in St. Croix was damaged, so we had relocated to Scion Farm. And now we are back in our location in Estate Richmond. So now we're expected to pay our utilities there at Estate Richmond.
So your utilities will be more because you moved back into Estate Richmond?
Yes, because previously when we were paying there at Estate Richmond, our utilities were higher than Scion Farm.
Okay. Now let's go to your other services and charges. 2021 you had 587.82. 2022 you had a drastic $300,000 reduction to 208,704. Then you're asking to go back to your previous fiscal year recommendation. Why the drastic increase? What happened there?
And in 2021, they had included the miscellaneous in the actuals of 2021. And in 2022, it was not included. And then it was included in fiscal year 2023, which was the miscellaneous of $450 for medical travel and burial.
Also, the other services and charges, this drastic increase includes the medical travel?
Yes, now I'm looking at it right now. Fiscal year 2022, they have included the $450 in the total non-lapsing funds, which was the $1,150,000.
Oh, okay. So there's some consolidation happening here for the budget.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to capital outlays. Because you're back in Estate Richmond, that's why you have zero recommendation for capital outlays?
No, I was speaking about utilities.
No, I answered something else now. Let's go to capital outlays now.
Oh, capital outlays is $60,000 in fiscal year 2022. That was the purchase of our two vehicles, our Chevy Colorados. One for St. Croix and one for St. Thomas.
So the zero now for 2023, that means you have no capital outlays to be done, nothing around the building to fix up?
Not at this time.
The
now let's go to
building, if I may, Senator, the office on St. Croix was recently totally renovated. So that's why you see that we won't have much for capital outlays.
Not even a little maintenance if the AC go down or anything? Nothing? Not even a little $50,000?
We have that covered. But everything is basically brand new in the building.
Okay, now let's go to your supplies. You had a minor reduction in your supplies. What constitutes supplies?
Time.
Can you answer that for me, please?
Supplies is basically our operating supplies for our offices.
So here's my last question because there's not much happening here. So your supplies, year to date, you only expended $17,000 of your supplies, which is roughly a little less than a third of what you've been allocated. So do you not need supplies? Like, what's happening in the supplies area?
We always need supplies, Senator. Before the fiscal year is out, those funds will be expended.
So you intend to expend roughly $40,000 in supplies in 2 months?
40,000.
Oh, 40.
Because you have 69,000
You-
budgeted for your supplies, right? You only spent $17,000. That's roughly a third. So you have roughly $42,000 remaining.
And-
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I just
I'll allow him
If
to
you can
answer.
explain it.
Yeah, it's 42,000
Right.
left back. So how are you going to spend that in 2 months?
And if I may, some of the things happen like that because being a small office, some of the things that we do are small. So sometimes when we have, and you may be thinking capital outlays, as you mentioned, with the maintenance and stuff like that. But when we try to get certain things done, sometimes because a small office and small project, of course, the bigger projects win. So a lot of times that's what happens. It takes some more time for them to come down to the small guys, but we eventually make it happen.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, the category for other services and charge that has the $589,374 includes the $450,000. So we're going to back that out because that is now a miscellaneous category and we make those monies available until expended. So we have to back it out. So in fact, you have a decrease from the 208 to now 139,000. So you have a $68,000 decrease for other services and charges. How much have you spent in that category thus far?
Other stuff.
Absent that,
For fiscal year 2022,
yes.
126,951.54.
As of?
Yes.
As of what?
This is as of February 2022.
As of February?
That's the post audit.
Oh.
No, I'm asking for your actuals for other services and charges.
Right, she was going off of the post audit report, which was turned in February. That's why she said as of February.
So when you turned in the report in February, you had already spent 122,000?
I don't understand the question. Huh?
Actuals, in terms of that particular category, how much money have you expended thus far?
For today?
For this fiscal year, yes, to date.
I don't have that information right now.
Okay, because you realize that it's a decrease enough from 208 to 139. That's why I'm asking you the question to try to determine as to whether or not you could live with that decrease.
Yes, that is sufficient, Senator.
Okay. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize.
I don't think they see. No. Farrell, Director, rethink your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My time is running, and the director is not.
Okay, let's get back.
I can hear your question, Senator. Go ahead.
No, you can't be talking while we talking. That ain't gonna work. Okay, so, I want to commend you on ensuring that your website is up and running. I see that you're encouraging veterans to utilize the website. How is it working for you?
That's going very good because especially with the families, this is where they go to get the forms that needs to be filled out.
Okay.
So the traffic in the office sometimes is less because
so
of
it's working out for you?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good. Now, do you have a how are you getting information out to veterans in the Virgin Islands?
We actually have a couple different mediums. The website being one.
Mm-hmm.
We also have the radio show that I do every Tuesday from 7 to 8 p.m.
Got it.
We also have a system now where whenever I do a press release, we send out a blast to every veteran that signed up for this database, and it goes directly to the cell phone.
Very nice. Okay, so let me ask you, let's go back to Service Connected for a second. Do you keep any data on Service Connected?
Service Connected is tracked through the VA clinic.
So you don't keep any other information?
Not for Service Connected because
So how do you provide, but they are veterans who are injured while
in service,
right?
yes.
But they're no longer in the military, right?
Correct.
So we should still know their whereabouts, correct?
We do know their whereabouts, but as far as their services, because they are service connected to a certain level, the federal government is the one that pays for.
I ain't talking about the payment. I'm talking about providing them support overall. Your responsibility is not only to, of course,
right,
pay for burial, etc. You also do other things. So that's what I'm trying to establish. How are you keeping that data bank with those individuals?
And that encompasses the 8,000 veterans that we serve currently in the territory that we have on file.
But then they have to come to you to fill out the paperwork.
Yes, there's two ways for us to receive documentation after they leave from service.
Okay.
One, there's a transition program to where they're able to elect where they want their discharge documents to go to.
I see.
It could come to the state office, which is us, or they can bring it into us physically.
Okay, thank you for that. That's good information. So they can actually do that before they
during the transition process. Yes.
Okay, I appreciate that. Now let me ask you. I think it was last budget cycle you shared with us, and in the 33rd you were here quite a number of times. But let me ask you. You said something that I'm seeing here around this cemetery. And if my memory serves me correct, you indicated that there was funding that you were going to receive for a cemetery in the St. Croix district. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What's
1
the
minute.
status?
Say that one more time.
Status.
Okay. As I stated in the testimony, the VA State Cemetery last fiscal year 2022, as a matter of fact, every year they have a number of states and territories that apply for the state cemetery grant. We were on the list, but we are number 20, but they only funded up to number 12. So hopefully in 2023, they'll continue the list, and then we'll get grouped up into that amount.
Okay, well, my time has been called, and I know that we've had extensive discussion with you with regards to the veteran medical travel, the debt benefits, and we were actually able to make those funds available until expended.
Yes.
So it's clear that we are here to support the work that you are doing and here to definitely support the veterans. So I want to commend you for the work. I know at times it becomes very frustrating, but I think that we are well on our way within our available resources. I see some information here around the budget summary that makes it look like your budget is being increased, which is not in fact the case. So we are going to make the adjustment, okay?
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Like I said, it's a small entity, so I think we have exhausted all the questions for you, Mr. Farrell. I'm going to allow you to put a closing statement on the record.
Thank you, Senator. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to this body for the continued support. As the Senator just said, we are well on our way. And I just like to make it abundantly clear, or say it again for the people that are in the back, that the Office of Veterans Affairs is now committed to identifying the funding so that our veterans who are 0 straight up to 100% service connected can now elect their facility, VA medical facility of choice, and we will reimburse up to $250 of your ticket, something that we have been working on for quite some time. So that is now coming to a close. Thank you so much from the Office of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you so much, Director Farrell. The Committee of Finance will take a 5-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Now before us, we have the Virgin Islands National Guard. We're going to go directly to the General to put his name and title on the record, along with Ms. Ward, who's here accompanying him. You have some individuals virtually too? Okay, so you may proceed. Name and title?
Good afternoon. Major General Kodjo Knox-Limbacker, the Adjutant General and the Commander of the Virgin Islands National Guard.
Next.
Nikita Ward, Director of Administration and Business Management.
Okay, thank you. And there's someone mentioned in your testimony.
Yes, Mr. Chair. It will be Colonel Deborah Labermeyer. I'll be briefing on her behalf. She has been called to a federal requirement, so I'll be briefing her section
Okay,
today.
that's what I wanted to know. So you may proceed.
And good afternoon, 34th Legislature Finance Committee Chair, the Honorable Senator Kurt A. VLA. Vice Chair, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Samuel Carrion, Senator Dwayne D. DeGraff, Senator Janelle K. Saro, and Senator Javon E. James, Sr. Non-committee members present in the Senate chamber, family, friends, and the general public viewing and listening locally and abroad. I'm Major General Kodjo Knox-Limbacker, the Adjutant General for the Virgin Islands and the Commander of the Virgin Islands National Guard, serving at the discretion of the Commander-in-Chief of the Virgin Islands National Guard, the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan, Jr. It is an honor to be sitting before this esteemed body to discuss our proposed fiscal year 2023 operating budget for the Office of the Adjutant General. My teammate joining me here today to provide testimony is Ms. Nikita Ward, Director of Administration and Business Management for the Office of the Adjutant General. And today, I will be briefing on behalf of Colonel Deborah Labermeyer, the United States Property and Fiscal Officer for the Virgin Islands National Guard. My team and I thank you for the opportunity to provide our testimony today while the members of the National Guard are deployed in combat operations around the globe, supporting Ukraine mission support requirements, regaining warfighter readiness, engage in state partnership programs, and posturing to respond in this wildfire and active hurricane season. We look forward to answering your varied questions after articulating our mission, vision, priority for continued support to the territory with our proposed budget. During my testimony, I will provide the context of our operating environment, our responsibilities, and our prioritized financial strategy to fund our vision to sustain and improve operational readiness of the Virgin Islands National Guard. The appropriate funding of the Office of the Adjutant General is essential to successfully support the people of the Virgin Islands as directed by the Bryan and Roach administration. Our context. The Virgin Islands Army and Air National Guard continue to be lethal, dual-role operational forces that make up an operational reserve force for the Air Force and Army, respectively. We stand today as a ready, relevant, and responsive joint force capable and ready to deploy worldwide to meet the defense of our nation. With more than 440,000 service members, our nation's National Guard make up 20% of the joint force and is only second in size to the United States Army active duty force. With 334,575 soldiers, the Army Guard provides 39% of the Army's operational force, while the Air Guard, with 108,000 Army airmen, make up 30,000 of the Air Force operational force. The National Guard's primary mission is to fight and win our nation's wars while serving as a secondary purpose of defending the homeland by responding to all hazards and crises in our states and territories within our authorities. Our National Guard men and women support overseas combat operations and defended the homeland domestically along the U.S. southern borders and throughout the Virgin Islands. To provide greater context, on June 6, 2021, the Virgin Islands soldiers and airmen were among the 120,000 Army and Air National Guard service members mobilized to our nation's capital, which is the largest level of National Guard support to our nation since World War II. Our operational tempo is the highest it's been in the history of the Virgin Islands National Guard since its inception in 1973. At almost every port of entry, your community vaccination centers, and throughout the community, you witnessed the members of the Virgin Islands National Guard personifying the Guard's motto, always there and always ready. Our efforts supporting the territory's COVID-19 protocols have enabled a reduction of 0.096 positivity and allowed many agencies and business to open their offices for business once again to generate revenue, create jobs, and create a more prosperous Virgin Islands. To achieve that level of support, Ving increased its support within the territory threefold, which provided new temporary full-time employment opportunities for our soldiers and airmen who very well may have been unemployed, while supporting our sister agencies. It was our governor's foresight and willingness to engage the White House at my request that enabled the Virgin Islands to be one of the first set of state and territories to receive the vital 502F 100% federal funding to safeguard our community in a total sum of approximately $14 million. The ability for the Virgin Islands National Guard to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic in an active federal duty status resulted in assured payment of our soldiers and airmen at the rates commensurate to their rank and time in service. Governor Bryan's actions, like that of other proactive governors, led to unprecedented federal funding for states and territories while remaining in command and control of the National Guard forces. The extraordinary support from the officers of the governor's staff was instrumental in the National Guard's territory response and the federal status COVID-19 requirements. The level of response by the soldiers, airmen, and civilians to safeguard the people of the Virgin Islands exceeded historic operational norms while continue to exceed the standards of performance. The significant mission executed by the men and women of the Virgin Islands National Guard as of 13 July 2022 are as followed. Mobilize a total of 243 Army and Air Guard personnel to support the state of emergency COVID-19 requirements with 0 on orders today. Screened over 1,452,934 passengers arriving at our airports and seaports. This is 17.3 times our population. Enabled 168,645 vaccines to be administered in our community centers. Issued 8,631 vaccine gift cards totaling $2,157,750. Drove 53,232 statute miles, providing safety and security, patient transport, COVID-19 testing, community vaccination center support, personal protective equipment distribution, and food distribution. At the height of the pandemic, the Virgin Islands National Guard increased its full-time force by approximately 70% to execute its COVID-19 operations. This comes at a cost of approximately $14 million. Due to our state of emergency and 502F federal funding, the entire sum of $14 million for the National Guard support for COVID-19 operations within the territory is at no cost to the government of the Virgin Islands. At the territory's request, the Department of Defense provided Title X active duty and reserve forces under Task Force 51 to support the joint efforts of the Department of Health, Virgin Islands National Guard, and the Virgin Islands Emergency Management Agency and Federal Emergency Management Agency to establish community vaccination centers on St. Thomas and on St. Croix with pop-up vaccination sites on St. John. The 210th Regional Training Institute was reverted back to its Training and Doctrine Command Institute of Military Training. Over the past year, the Virgin Islands National Guard has been a responsive and relevant on many fronts. We are a dual status capability, Title 32 to the Governor of the Virgin Islands and Title 10 to the President of the United States. We support the President of the United States in our Title 10 role with an overseas deployment. We are currently preparing to support by providing aviation support to the southwest border. We have supported the Governor of the Virgin Islands in our domestic operations on both territory active duty civil support and on Title 32 defense support to civil authorities. Several of our training events have resulted in incidental benefits to the multiple government agencies and nonprofit organizations in the territory. Among them was the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Service, Department of Human Services, Department of Agriculture, Department of Health, Department of Sports, Park and Recreation, and Catholic Charities, just to name a few. COVID-19 response operations alone have provided approximately $14 million in direct impact to the Virgin Islands and provided untold opportunities to the servicemen and women of the Virgin Islands, Air, and Army National Guard. Our defense support to civil authorities totaled 121 personnel deployed to the National Capital Region in January 2021 in support of the presidential inauguration PI 59, and within 48-hour notification. They were tasked with supporting traffic control points, crowd management, as well as follow-on duties as were assigned. Ving participated in many local and national level training exercises in preparation for its continued support to domestic operations. The organization supported was Army North, New Orleans, National Guard Bureau tabletop exercises, and VITEMA tabletop exercises, as well as its capstone event. Our federal operation included the 16th Quartermaster Company support to the National Chavin Center, rotation 21-08.5, in which the unit was recognized with supporting the following accomplishments during the rotations. They completed over 35 logistic packages, delivered over 354 meals ready to eat, as well as pallets valued over $2.6 million and delivered over 362 pallets of ice and perishables. In addition, the Combat Sustainment and Support Battalions delivered over 156,400 gallons of water and pushed over 134,200 gallons of Class 3 to the 700th Brigade Support Battalion in 5 different brigade support areas, distributed 114,000 pounds of Class 5 accident-free, and received accolades for their performance. They received accolades for the best tactical communications, which was achieved during the hottest summer in the century in the Mojave Desert. Our second was the Detachment 1 Delta Company, first to the 114th Aviation Regiment, Ving's headquarters company, which validated, certified, and mobilized and will deploy the unit from home station for missions on the southwest border during FY23. They will provide protection requirements on the southwest border in order to enhance Department of Defense Homeland Security and Customs and Border Patrol's mission capabilities. All Ving units have maintained their readiness requirement with no loss of training time during the COVID-19 support. All units conducted all 8 annual training and individual readiness training requirements while supporting domestic operations. We maintain an overall qualification rate of 88% and a graduation rate of 95%. This accomplishment in itself is significant, what we were able to achieve while balancing the domestic operations and our federal missions requirements. We are extremely proud to say that none of these were decremented. Our counter-drug efforts. The Virgin Islands National Guard counter-drug program provided investigative analysis to support local and federal law enforcement agencies in their continuous efforts to destroy, dismantle, and disrupt illicit drug trafficking organizations. This support has contributed to numerous cocaine seizures and marijuana eradication efforts totaling over $85 million. The drug demand reduction outreach section provided presentations to a combination of over 3,500 adults and youth focused on drug abuse or addiction, as well as alcohol abuse affecting our communities in the Virgin Islands. This year marked the inaugural of the prevention initiative by the DEA, Drug Enforcement Agency, that included a collaboration of the Department of Health, Virgin Islands Police Department, and the VING's Counter Drugs Program. The Office of the Adjutant General Fiscal Year 2023 budget is overviewed from the OTAG's office. Particularly, our overview is the Virgin Islands Office of the Adjutant General plans, coordinates, and implements support of territory emergency support functions, responders to natural and man-made disasters, civil disturbances, foreign and domestic threats, and weapons of mass destruction. In our executive summary, the Office of the Adjutant General was established in Executive Order 30-1987 to support the Virgin Islands National Guard, which was established in October 1973. Pursuant to federal law of all states, territories, and districts of Columbia, appoints an Adjutant General and an associate agency to provide the necessary infrastructure for the National Guard in their respective jurisdiction. Pursuant of Virgin Islands Code annotated Title 23, Internal Security and Public Order, Chapter 19, National Guard, Subchapter 1, General Provisions, Section 1508, Adjutant General of the Virgin Islands, established the responsibility of the Adjutant General per this statute. The Adjutant General shall keep and administer all the funds appropriated and shall be in charge of all of the property entrusted to the National Guard of the Virgin Islands and shall render an annual report of such funds and property to the Commander-in-Chief and the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Additionally, make estimates of funds and prepare the budget required for the operations of the National Guards and of the Virgin Islands, exclusive of federal funds. The Virgin Islands National Guard have fought in many of our nation's wars while providing a ready and responsive troops in support of our territory's disasters and emergencies. To achieve a higher state of readiness, the Virgin Islands National Guard must be appropriately funded to train, man, and equip its joint force to answer the call for both territorial and federal mandated missions at the request of the governor and the president, respectively. Your return on investment. The fiscal year 22 budget of $3,078,172 approved by the 34th Legislature, combined with the Department of Defense federal contribution of $51,695,588, along with the Federal Emergency Management Agency COVID-19 mission assignment allocation of $14,851,250.36, enabled an unprecedented level of support in fiscal year 2022 by the Office of the Adjutant General to the Virgin Islands National Guard. The Brown and Roach administration commitment to support the Virgin Islands is beyond reproach. In order to continue simultaneously answering the call to fight and win our nation's wars abroad, defend the homeland, and defend support the civil authorities locally, I must have a right-sized, sustainable operational force. The National Guard is in its 384th year and is the most modern, ready, and interoperable joint force since its inception in December 13, 1936. We've been deployed as part of the 26,000 mobilized National Guardsmen from 54 states and territories within 2 weeks to secure the nation's capital. We helped secure the 59th presidential inauguration. We conducted COVID-19 support consisting of seaport and airport screening, mobile testing, as well as public service announcements. We've conducted support to the veterans and Memorial Day ceremonies and funeral honors for our fallen comrades. We've supported our state dignitaries' visits. We've completed the Army Guard 661 Military Police reintegration and completed the Air Guard 285th Civil Engineering Squadron reintegration as well. We've deployed our civil support team weapons of mass destruction, and key Ving personnel to support the St. Thomas Carnival, the Agricultural Fair, and St. John Festival as required. Our process of evaluation. In line with the change course now vision of the Virgin Islands, of the Governor of the Virgin Islands and Lieutenant Governor Roach, the Office of Adjutant General developed and implemented policies and procedures that supported key strategic objectives of the Virgin Islands National Guard to rapidly transform. A transformation led to a better quality of life and safer work environment for our soldiers, airmen, and civilians. The three collective performance goals were to promote operational effectiveness, to have a safe and secure territory through effective and efficient preparedness, and to build a comprehensive operational support capability to respond to all threats. Our organizational opportunities allow the administrative services that we have to be supervised, the operation of the Office of Adjutant General through fiscal control, personnel, and administrative management. The Maintenance Division provides supplies for building repairs and maintenance, custodial services, groundkeeping, and environmental protection services for the Ving facilities. The security force protects all Ving personnel, facilities, and property. The changes we implemented in fiscal year 2020 were executed through lines of effort, and today they continue to stand strong. A line of efforts was increased readiness and responsiveness, was line effort 1. And it was to create a ready and responsive joint force by leveraging institutional, organizational, and operational developmental learning. A line of effort number 2 was to change our performance culture, which we did that by rebranding and changing the overall performance culture from achieving the minimum to exceeding the standard. Our line of effort 3 was to build a relevant force structure. We understood we had to change or die. We built relevancy to conduct full spectrum operations in a multi-domain environment by restructuring and right-sizing our force. And then finally, our line of effort number 4 was to increase lethality. Increase the lethality by recruiting, retaining, and developing future leaders to achieve core warfighting and defense support to civil authority agencies' training requirements. I must personally thank the members of our community, the employer support to the Guard and Reserve, the executive and legislative branches, and congressional office of the Commander-in-Chief, Governor Al O'Brien, for his everyone's unwavering support to the Virgin Islands National Guard. I must thank the men and women of the Virgin Islands Army and Air National Guard, who are sons, daughters, and mothers and fathers in the communities who answer the call to service every day. Whether it's supporting our national defense strategy overseas or supporting the homeland during the time of crisis, they continue to exceed the standards and embody the warrior ethos. The support provided to our guardsmen while away and here on duty in the territory showed just how much our community cares about their welfare. We all should be thankful for the sacrifices our service members and their families endure every day to safeguard our great nation. I will be remiss if I did not recognize the exceptional support provided to each soldier, airman, and airman by our family readiness program volunteers, or our families, civilian employers, as well as the community as a whole. The Army and the Air Force and the territory continues to recognize the increased readiness and relevance of the Virgin Islands National Guard as we continue to move forward to posture to sustain both a COVID-19 pandemic support, which has changed now an epidemic, while posturing to support our man-made and natural disasters such as hurricanes during the season. Soldiers and airmen have to be ready when called to deploy, fight, and win on the modern battlefield to meet our strategic military objectives to safeguard our freedoms here and in the homeland. Our new level of readiness is a direct correlation of our soldiers and airmen's abilities to exceed the standards as they overcome personal challenges, increase their individual readiness and resiliency, and synchronize their efforts to execute mission requirements as a cohesive team. The proficiency in the individual, collective, and unit readiness requirements will be essential to operate in a complex global security environment. We continue to modernize and train our guardians to be called off the bench and into the fight. Our families in our community continue to be the driving force and inspiration for our services to our great nation and the territory of the Virgin Islands. As we continue to remember, the United States Army and Air Force exists for one primary reason, which is to be the guardians of America's freedoms and its way of life. The Guardians of the Eastern Front have worked hard to transform into an organization that exceeds its standards because we know the call to serve as an integral part of a warfighting force to fight and win our nation's war in a multi-domain, complex battlefield environment can come at any time. As the Virgin Islands Army National Guard continues to increase our readiness and relevance as a member of the total force, we must achieve the optimal level of readiness with the right-sized joint force supported by a predictable and adequate budget to build and sustain the level of readiness and lethality required for our core warfighting mission. Additionally, adequate resources enables our territory's guardsmen to provide responsive and relevant capabilities in support of defense support to civil authorities' missions has never been more vital. In order to safeguard the people of the Virgin Islands, the governor continues to be reliant on his go-to force, the Virgin Islands National Guard, to fill the gaps and assist with our emergency support function partners. From supporting the development of our at-risk youth, securing roofs at our homes for the aged for the Department of Human Services, repairing schools and disrepair for the Department of Education, supporting local and federal law enforcement agencies, providing manpower and facilities for the Department of Health initiatives, working closely with the Department of Tourism and Port Authority to help secure our sea and air ports of entry, and provide air sampling capability to the VI, Fire and Emergency Services, and the Environmental Protection Agency. The presence and varied roles of the Virgin Islands National Guard has never been more prevalent through our community. The Office of Adjutant General has proven to be an agile and reliable part of the government of the Virgin Islands during a historically more active hurricane season amongst a worldwide COVID-19 pandemic in 2022, and we look forward to our support in FY 2023. As an Adjutant General, my responsibility my responsibility encompasses the administration, security, maintenance, operations, and training required to achieve goals that support warfighting and defense support to civil authorities' operation readiness goals of a joint Army and Air Guard force. The goals nest within the National Military Wartime Goal and Governor of the Virgin Islands Territorial Civil Support requirements. The full capacity of the National Guard's capabilities are only realized once activated for territory active duty by the governor. Per statute, this happens in response to natural and man-made disasters, states of emergencies, and other requirements at the discretion of the governor or president. The Virgin Islands National Guard not only continues to be always ready and always there, but they will be at a higher state of readiness when called. Our bottom line up front. Our proposed budget for fiscal year 2023 is $3,008,793, which is $69,379 less than the $3,078,172 requested in fiscal year 2022 to sustain a ready, relevant, and responsive Army and Air National Guard joint force with worldwide force projection capabilities. The proposed budget requested from the Virgin Islands government is 17.3 times less than the federal projected contribution of $52,172,603. This enables us to safeguard our territory and execute our federal wartime mission supporting combatant commanders, efforts against belligerent actors, while simultaneously supporting COVID-19, now epidemic requirements. The fiscal year 2023 budget of $3,008,793 is 2.27% less than the $69,373 which is $69,378 less than our fiscal year 2022 appropriation. The projected $52,172,603 that is projected from the federal coffers will be received and controlled through the United States Property Fiscal Officer on behalf of the National Guard Bureau. Of the OTAG's proposed budget, $3,008,793 is to execute the cost share of the $5,451,394 of the federal funds for fiscal year 2023 Master Cooperative Agreement Program. As outlined, our Master Cooperative Agreement, the territory is required to provide matching funds for expenditures that are not 100% federally funded. Ms. Ward will provide the details of such expenditures, and I will follow up later after her with the federal requirements through our testimony. The vast majority of Virgin National Guard has an authorized military workforce of 852 service members comprised of 779 soldiers and 73 airmen. Our territory's National Guard force consists primarily of federally funded workforce. The vast majority of the Virgin Islands National Guard workforce is part-time. The full levels of National Guard capabilities are only realized was activated for territory active duty by the governor. Per statute, this activation happens in response to natural and man-made disasters. The Officer Adjutant General Mission Statement. Execute the day-to-day administrative, maintenance, and security requirements, enabling the Virgin Islands National Guard to be a ready, relevant, and responsive joint force. Our strategic vision is to provide the first-rate support to the Virgin Islands National Guard, federal warfighting, and territory civil support requirements. Officer Adjutant General will provide the administrative, maintenance, and security requirements of the training, manning, equipping, and leader development required to execute the Army and Air National Guard's warfighting, territory, domestic civil support missions. The Officer of the Adjutant General priority is to ensure the Virgin Islands National Guard achieves the readiness required to be a ready, relevant, responsive joint force. We seek your favorable vote of approval for our proposed budget. Your approval enables our efforts to increase operational readiness with realistic ends, ethical, legal, and moral ways, and the appropriate means provided through funding by the Virgin Islands government and federal government. Fiscal year 2022 accomplishments. We completed a 50-year lease with the Virgin Islands Port Authority to build a $39 million Army Aviation Support Facility that's 100% federally funded. That was allocated in the FY Fiscal Year 21 National Defense Authorization Act. The completion of this project within 5 years is one of the milestones of the Virgin Islands National Guard in order to have its UH-72 Lakota helicopters be restationed back to the territories. We've completed the renovation of the State Nazareth Armory in St. Thomas and perimeter fence. We've successfully enabled 3 high school youth about-face students to graduate high school this year. The Forward March program was established in St. Croix, and we've now hired the Youth About Face and Forward March personnel to establish the St. Croix Youth About Face and Forward March program this fiscal year. We've sustained our internal process to decrease document processing time and efficiencies, reducing purchase orders timelines from 30 to 5 days. And we'll continue facility maintenance, repairs, and a replacement of air conditioning systems, restrooms, and doors at the Joint Force Headquarters, Lionel A. Jackson Armory, Regional Training Institute, Spratt Hall, Hams Bluff, and Industrial Park facilities on St. Croix. Before I close, to close out some of the hot bottom issues faced by the Officer Adjutant General and its support to Virgin Islands National Guard I spoke of last testimony. Number 1, outstanding territory active duty pay for soldiers and airmen for 2017. Situation, the Officer Adjutant General had worked diligently with the Office of the Adjutant of Disaster Recovery and VETIMA to secure the funds owed to soldiers and airmen. My office exhausted all recommended efforts to expedite the $1 million $93,691.08 owed to the soldiers and airmen of the territory for 2017. The total sum to discuss amongst was to be dispersed around 350 service members who were not paid the correct rate from the Virgin Islands Code. I want to thank this illustrious body for providing support for the supplemental budget, which we did receive that funding, and we're able to pay out $1,093,691.08 so far, and we will continue paying out the remainder of those owed by 30 August 2022 for those personnel who had corrective requirements in their files to be paid adequately. Future plans, we've received notification that the federal funding for our combined support facilities, maintenance shops at St. Croix and St. Thomas was reallocated in fiscal year 2022. The funds for this project were deferred last year to build a border wall, but with the reallocation to support the Virgin Islands National Guard vehicle maintenance sustainment requirements, will greatly improve our readiness. It will increase our overall readiness, as well as we're having discussions to discuss the build out of an AFES, our old AFES building, to become a multi-level warrior fitness center. In the same effort, we're working to acquire new fitness training equipment to meet the new Army combat fitness training requirements. This will enable the soldiers and airmen to better meet fitness requirements. With the acquisition of additional real estate adjacent to the Sergeant First Class Lionel B. Francis Army on St. Thomas, a warrior fitness center can be constructed once funding is secured. This concludes the initial portion of the testimony. I will now be followed by Ms. Nikita Ward, my Director of Administration and Business Management in the Office of the Adjutant General, and I will then come back after her to brief Colonel Deborah Lobermeyer's requirements as United States Property and Fiscal Officer for the Virgin Islands.
Good afternoon, the 31st Legislature Finance Committee Chairman, the Honorable Senator Kurt A. Violet, Vice Chairman, Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Samuel Carrion, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Janelle K. Sarow, Senator Javon E. James Sr., and other non-committee members present in the Senate chambers. Family, friends, and general public viewing and listening locally and abroad, I am Nikita D. Ward, the Director of Administration and Business Management for the Office of the Adjutant General. Today, I will outline the Office of the Adjutant General's budget for fiscal year 2023. The Office of the Adjutant General is requesting a general fund budget of $3,008,793. The aforementioned figure includes the miscellaneous budget appropriation of $60,000 for the Virgin Islands National Guard Pension Fund and $300,500 for the Youth Above Phase Forward March program. Additionally, the projected Federal Master Cooperative Agreement budget allocation of $5,451,394 is the amount proposed to support the Virgin Islands National Guard. The Office of the Adjutant General is responsible for 3 divisions. Each division supports the policies and procedures to accomplish key strategic objectives for the Virgin Islands National Guard. This enables us to fulfill our federal and territorial missions as identified below. First, the Administrative Service Division provides supervision and oversight for administrative and operational activities of the agency. This includes, but is not limited to, budgeting, fiscal control, and personnel management. Second, the Maintenance Division provides operational supplies for building repairs, maintenance, custodial services, groundkeeping, electronic security system, environmental protection for the Virgin Islands National Guard. Third, the Security Division provides food protection measures for the Virgin Islands National Guard personnel, facilities, and equipment. The Office of the Adjutant General has 3 performance goals: promote operational effectiveness, establish a safe and secure territory through effective and efficient preparedness, build a comprehensive territorial support capabilities in response to all threats. I will now justify the recommended operational budget for fiscal year 2023. The Office of the Adjutant General FY 2023 recommended appropriation for personnel $759,231, French $282,376, $394,851 for supplies. Capital projects, $230,303. Other services, $1,342,032, for a grand total of $3,008,793. As listed in the chart above, the general fund recommended budget for fiscal year 2023 is $3,008,793. The following diagram shows the breakdown of the general fund recommended by division and objective. The amount of $759,231 represents the salaries of full-time and territorial match positions. The amount of $305,303 represents the local match of the master cooperative agreements for capital projects. This amount supports the repairs, rehabilitation, and new construction projects for Estate Bethlehem and Estate Nazareth compound to maintain compliance with local and federal code. The amount of $282,376 represent the total fringe benefits in addition to 4 positions funded through the general fund. The amount of $394,851 will be for the purchase of supplies in support of the local master cooperative agreement. The amount of $1,267,032 represents operational services and miscellaneous charges. $60,000 is earmarked for National Guard Pension Fund, which provide a monthly stipend to qualified retired Virgin Islands National Guard members as mandated under Title 23, Section 155 of the Virgin Islands Code. About 25 eligible members are projected for fiscal year 2023 to receive this stipend. The amount of $300,500 is earmarked for the Youth About Face Forward March program in accordance with Act Number 8035 for the territory. This concludes the justification of the general fund budget of $3,008,793, which includes the miscellaneous appropriation of $335,000 as recommended for fiscal year 2023. I will continue with the justification of the Master Cooperative Agreement. The Department of Defense National Guard bearers enters into a Master Cooperative Agreement with states and territories to provide federal support for services provided by the state and territory military department for authorized facilities for leasing, real property service, real property maintenance and repair, operation and maintenance, minor construction costs. The Adjutant General and the United States Property and Fiscal Officer are responsible for the execution of the MCA and appendices. The Office of the Adjutant General, in conjunction with the United States Property and Fiscal Office, through the Master Cooperative Agreements, provides services to the territory on behalf of the Virgin Islands National Guard. This agreement is a fully executed contract between the territory and the federal government and is renewed every fiscal year. On an annual basis, the territory receives federal funds as a reimbursement for expenses incurred through the MCA program. The MCA is comprised of 8 appendices. Each appendices has its own funding. The Office of the Adjutant General pays for services in advance and is reimbursed for a certain percentage depending on the program. 2 of the program expenditures are calculated as a match split, whereas the remaining 7 are 100% federally reimbursed. To date, we have expended $2,457,221.94 and is in process to be reimbursed to the territory from the federal government. The pie chart on page 38 shows the breakdown of the projected federal funds of $5,451,394, which supports the Master Cooperative Agreement for fiscal year 2023. The distributions are as follows. $1,032,700 represents the Army National Guard Service. All positions are 100% federally reimbursed. $3,488,806 supports the Facility Maintenance Program. Operational maintenance expenditures are federally reimbursed at 75% with support of the General Fund local match of 25%. A A total of 6% are reimbursed, 100% reimbursed. 2 positions are 75 reimbursed. Presently, 8 positions are filled, and job announcement for 1 vacancy is in process for re-advertising. $135,000 is projected to cover telecommunication program. This amount will be federally reimbursed. $197,800 represents the projected cost to support the environmental resource program. There are 2 filled full-time positions. All expenditures are federally reimbursed at 100%. $107,788 is projected for the Air National Guard Operation and Maintenance Program. This program requires a 25% general fund local match and a federal contribution of $75,000 for the total expenditures for supplies, repairs, maintenance, electricity, and water charges. $102,000 is for the support of the distance learning program. Presently, 1 filled full-time position. All charges incurred under this program are federally reimbursed. $201,100 is a projected cost to support the electronic security system. Presently, 1 filled full-time positions. All expenditures are federally reimbursed. $72,700 is projected to be allocated for the anti-terrorism program. Presently, 1 full-time employee assigned, and all expenditures are federally reimbursed. $113,500 is the projected allocation for emergency management program. All expenditures are federally reimbursed. Mr. Chairman, it is of utmost importance to note that the request of the general fund matches for the master cooperative agreement operating and maintaining costs must be committed in order to receive the federal share. The budget presented to you today includes the recommended general budget of $3,008,793 in order to receive the federal projected allocation of $5,451,394. This allocates a combined total of $8,460,187 in federal and local funds to support the Office of the Adjutant General's operation for fiscal year 2023. This concludes my presentation for fiscal year 2023 proposed budget. I thank you for your attentiveness and stand ready to answer your question on fiscal and administrative matters. I will be followed by Adjutant General Major General Knox-Limbacker.
At this time, Mr. Chair, I'll be presenting on behalf of Colonel Deborah Laubermeyer, the United States Property and Fiscal Officer for the Virgin Islands National Guard. The Virgin Islands National Guard is primarily supported by 3 Army and Air appropriations. Operations and Maintenance Army National Guard, or what we refer to as the 2065 appropriation. National Guard Personnel, Army, or 2060 appropriation. And Military Construction Army National Guard, or 2085 appropriation. And the Air National Guard appropriations in the Army and Maintenance, Air National Guard Personnel, and Military Construction Air National Guard. The fiscal year 2023 National Guard budget request supports an end strength of 336,000 to achieve the Army's and the National Guard Bureau's priority of people, readiness, and modernization. As a combat reserve of the Army National Guard continues to support the active force in sustaining joint operations through a responsive and ready force generating capability. The changes in the FY 2023 budget are split between price and program changes. The price changes are due to the increases in the rates for pay and allowances. Military pay raise effective 1 January 2023 is 4.6%. In fiscal year 2023, the Virgin Islands National Guard anticipates a small overall funding increase of less than 1% over the fiscal year 2022 actuals, going from a total funding of $51.2 million in 2022 to $52.1 million in FY 2023. Areas that saw increases were active Guard reserve payroll, from $12.4 million to $13.9 million. Technician payroll from $10.7 million to $11.2 million. Part-time payroll from $3.59 million to $4 million. And operations and training, $6.3 million to $7.06 million. Funding levels for installation support, $8.0 million. Services and supplies at $4.28 million. And the ESGR, $13,000, are projected to increase by less than 1% for fiscal year 2023. The graph below depicts the Army and Air Guard overall funding for fiscal year 2023, which is projected to be $48.6 million for the Army and $3.5 million for the Air National Guard. Full-time and part-time payroll of $3.2 million and operations and maintenance of $318.1 thousand. The chart above illustrates the difference between federal and territory support to the Virgin Islands National Guard over the 5 fiscal years. Current projections for fiscal year 2023 will require the local government to provide $1.8 million to fully execute the Master Cooperative Agreement. The territory is responsible for matching federal funds at varying totals based on the facility. The St. Thomas Armory requires 43%. The St. Croix Armory requires 25%. Spread Hall facility requires 4%. Air Guard facilities, 25%, and the Joint Force Headquarters, 25%. This matching of funds is crucial because the federal share cannot be committed without the territory's percentage being available. The fiscal year 2023 federal allocation projection is a slight increase from 2022. Significant is the fact that we do everything we can to keep these monies in the territory to support the local economy. We estimate that during the fiscal year 2023, 75%, or approximately $39.1 million, will remain in the Virgin Islands. The National Guard is a good investment for the territory of the Virgin Islands. At this time, Mr. Chair, this concludes this portion of the territory, and we yield for any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony, General. Colleagues, we're going to go directly to a round of questions, and we'll begin with Senator Blyden, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon, Adjutant General Knox-Limbacker and Ms. Warden. Thank you so much for that most comprehensive, in-depth testimony. And again, thank you for what you do in terms of your service. And I want to thank all servicemen and women for their service to the country. Thank you. In your testimony, you spoke to the 50-year lease with the Port Authority, the $39 million aviation support facility. That's going to be a huge injection for us in the territory in many ways, shapes, and forms. Let me ask you, in respect to that facility, what will it mean for our territory in terms of capability and response? Because I know you spoke to that several times in your testimony. What will it mean for us here in the territory?
Thank you for that question, Senator. First thing is one, it allows us to bring our aviation helicopters back to the territory. Without that facilities, the National Guard Bureau and the Army will not allow us to bring our two UH-72 Lakota aircrafts back to the territory since the current hangar does not meet the required specs. Additionally, on that particular airport, it's a 10,000-foot runway, so technically you can land a space shuttle there. But most importantly for us, it allows us to create a force projection platform for other services can come use our facilities. They will have both classified and unclassified workspace and be able to project those forces, which means increase air and passenger traffic in our hotels, in our rental cars, in our use facilities. And as we continue to look for, from a wartime perspective, globally, as we push towards Europe, it would enable the Virgin Islands to be a force projection platform as it was previously between Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands.
And the Lakota helicopters, in terms of position, and how important will that be for us as a result of the facility?
It's very important. So as we look right now, we have no means of air transport or sea transport from a military organization throughout our territory. So when a hurricane happens or any other disaster, there's no way to move people quickly to respond to support our territory. So as we see those helicopters come back, it gives us the capability that we have, not just for a time of disaster, but to support our law enforcement agencies, as well as to be able to maneuver around the battlefield to make sure our soldiers and airmen are well taken care of.
Okay, very well. Now that's out of the way, Ms. Ward. Let's speak to vacancies. What's the number in terms of vacancies at the Guard? And how many of those positions are federally funded and local?
Okay, so we presently have 13 vacancies.
How much?
13.
Okay.
All are federally funded.
Okay. And what are we doing to make sure this position get filled?
So the position has been advertised. We're presently going through the hiring phase as we have interviewed the applicants for all the vacancies that we have here. So it's just a matter of the selection and having the positions filled.
Okay.
2 minutes.
So you anticipate them being filled?
By August.
By August, really? Yes. Okay, very well. That's good news. Page 5 of 12 in the post-audit report. It's showing under expenditures, the actuals, under capital outlays, machinery and equipment, vehicles and building and improvements, nothing have been expended thus far. Is that accurate?
No.
Okay. Because I found that kind of strange, for an operation like yours. So that's inaccurate. Do you have that information?
Give me 1 minute.
And also, while you're looking for that, under training also, nothing has, for 2023, there's no projection for training. Is that because the training is federally funded? Can you explain that to me also, please? For training? Because I know you do a lot of training, but there's nothing there for training projected.
For the actual expenditures for capital outlays, I'll have to get that number back for you at this moment. At this time, there wasn't an estimated projection for training, as we will, once we conduct the training and we get the determined amount in other services, we will reappropriate that money in order to accommodate the training.
Okay, very well. Go to page 7 of 12. Under the pension fund, National Guard Pension Fund, there's actually a decrease in projections for 2023. Why would there be a decrease? Can you explain that to me, please?
Yes, so two things. One, when we look at the National Guard Pension Fund, it's a local statute that's here passed for the legislature, I guess a decade ago. There's a requirement to make sure that those personnel are not getting federal funded that disqualifies them from that particular pension fund. So as we go through that list, and we've now identified folks who are either getting some type of federal retirement that disqualifies them, or they've reached the age of 60, which they no longer can get it after that. It's supposed to go from 55 to 60. Those folks have now not gotten the requirement. So that significantly reduced, I think, from 70 down to 40 personnel, if I recall right. Okay,
that explains it then. And finally, because my time have been called.
Time.
In respect to your agency, what the most pressing challenge, in your opinion, you see for the 2023 budget season?
From my particular agency?
Yes.
I think we suffer from much of everyone else within the territory. As we try to execute federal funds and get building on the way, the lack of a ready available workforce that can actually sustain that requirement, as well as the bonding requirements for many of these corporations. So what we've done is we've worked with the Corps of Engineers to make sure when we do hire for these large projects that they will hire our local subcontractors who can't afford the bonding requirement. They can support through their bonds and still get work done.
Thank you so much again for all you do, and thank you for your responses. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Before I go to Senator James, has a COVID unit been decommissioned?
That's correct, Senator.
So everything has been removed?
We've taken it down to where it still operates a TRADOC, and it can very quickly be renovated just in case we need it in the future.
What's the cost? Who's paying for the cost?
We actually did the renovation of the National Guard, Senator.
Okay. Senator James, you're recognized.
Yes, good afternoon, testifiers. Thank you for being here. Let me inquire a bit about the National Guard Military Operations and Maintenance Grant. I see you have been awarded approximately $5.4 million, and the grant period is from October 2021 to September 30, 2022. Can you just give us a quick status update on the utilization of those funds and if an extension is needed?
Thank you, Senator. At this moment, a percentage utilization of each funds, or because to date we've expended $2,457,221.94.
And as far as meeting the deadline, which is September 30th, 2022, would you be able to expend the remaining balance of the funds?
Yes.
And if you could just elaborate for me what those funds are used for specifically, like give me some specifics, elaborate some more on what you're doing with those funds.
So those funds are used for personnel services, fringe benefits, supplies, capital projects, and other services as relevant to each program.
And as you speak about capital projects, can you give me some specifics as far as some of the key areas you're focusing on as far as capital projects?
Primarily operational and maintenance expenditures at the two facilities, both on St. Croix and St. Thomas.
Yes, Ward, I have the utmost respect for you. I need more information. What exactly are you doing with the buildings, the infrastructure? So when we go there next time, I could be like, okay, they did X, Y, and Z with the funds.
Yeah, so if I can expand on that. So if you look at here in St. Thomas, for the past decade and a half, you've had a dangerous fence that could not keep traffic out. We've expended the money of over $1 million to make sure we have the right fence erected, work with the Department of Public Works to increase a barrier. We'll continue throughout all the facilities to replace instead of repair the actual air conditioning units that have been there well over 10 years. The infrastructure of most of the National Guard facilities were compromised during the hurricane. We had a complete rebuild in St. Thomas. Unfortunately, we didn't have a rebuild in St. Croix, so that will be continuously upgrading those requirements. For example, a transformer for one of our ranges that we were trying to put operational is $50,000 by itself. The ability to get now a generator and a transformer continues to cost funds. So as we close those contracts with the local vendors to get them in, we'll be able to execute the money to get those things up and running. But new range facility, replacing air conditioning in almost all our facilities, constructing a track so our personnel have the ability to actually do exercise on our particular compounds.
2 minutes.
And reinforcing all of the perimeter fences throughout our particular facilities will be where we're spending the money on.
You know yourself, you sound like you recited that. Thank you for giving that information. And I know after Hurricanes Irma, Maria, there was an issue with pay for our National Guard members. Were we able to satisfy and meet the obligation of getting all those Guard men and women whole?
Yes, as we go right now, we're about 300 personnel are done. There's about 350 total. All of our indications based off the secondary analysis of those that were rejected due to inaccurate information in their I-9 or their Social Security numbers, there's about 50 personnel who will then be paid out by the end of this month. So we have a goal by 30 August, once this payout happens this month, to then once again review all the personnel that were supposed to get paid, that they got the right funding, checks went to the right places, and we've done the analysis to make sure that they're whole.
So please stay on top of that. Make sure that all those individuals who went out of their way during the hurricanes and serve their country get what they're owed. And I see here you have a lot of vacancies. I'm not going to touch on that because I think the speaker before me mentioned that. I just hope and pray that those critical vacancies that I see here, like anti-terrorism program manager, emergency management manager, that those critical agencies are filled. And how you go about filling those vacancies, because a bit different dealing with the military. That's in-house, of course. Those are not individuals coming from the private sector. That's strictly in-house.
No, that's incorrect, Senator. What we're doing now is it announces territory-wide, sometimes nationwide, and the same way you see for a federal job or USA jobs, they do a screening to make sure they meet the key job requirements. It then goes into the directorate, whoever he or she is, works with the division of personnel to make sure they do the interview process, that it meets the federal requirements, even though it's a local hire, that they meet the requirement, and then we do the interviews. So some of our jobs have had upwards of 46 applicants, and some have had as little as 3.
Time.
Even though we may have our issues, let those individuals know when you speak to those recruiters, let them know that it is paradise. Even though we have our issues, have those soldiers come down here and fill those critical vacancies and enjoy our nice hot sun and the nice cool beaches and all the things we have to offer. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and continue to do what you do, and please fill those critical vacancies. And congratulations on your About Face program. It was a great program. We were there. So keep doing what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, TAG, for your comprehensive testimony this afternoon. And also thank you to the guardsmen and women who have gone out there during the domestic operations support, especially at the time of the pandemic, and really stepped up to protect our home front and to serve our home front. It's much, much appreciated. I heard, TAG, your explanation regarding the TAD payment, TAD payment, to the soldiers that worked during the Hurricanes Irma and Maria, and that there's still several individuals that's owed. You said it's about 50 individuals that continue to be owed?
That's correct, Senator.
General, it's unacceptable that these individuals haven't been paid to date. It's been 5 years that these individuals have been waiting for their payment, and I think it's only fair that we move mountains to get them compensated. I mean, these individuals left their families, they braved the storm, and they put in hours upon hours for the benefit of this community, and we're the beneficiaries of their assistance, and we have to do everything possible to get them paid up. I mean, 5 years later, it's unacceptable that we have not been able to pay these soldiers their money. What is the hindrance at this point in getting these individuals paid?
Actually, the hindrance at this point to getting these individual paid, Senators, is some of their own information. So some of their Social Security is incorrect. They may have a multiple hyphenated name like mine's. Their Social Security card says one. Their actual I-9 says another. So as we go through and figure out each individual why they didn't get paid, we're able to correct that. And we stand today with that complete list being to finance, ready for payout, should run at the end of this month. But it's as you cross-check, it's not an accountability of did they work or not. It's some kind of error in their information that was provided, preventing them from getting paid. Actually, last night, I saw another check came back where someone provided the incorrect address for their check.
Well, Tag, I know that you'll do whatever you need to do to make sure that these individuals get paid. I mean, it's long overdue. And again, we want to make sure that we are able to overcome whatever those challenges are to be able to get these individuals paid up. I mean, I can't believe that we're still at this stage, and we're right now into another hurricane season. So please, I truly believe in you, and I'd like for you to make sure that these individuals are truly compensated. What about the payments for the retirees, that bonus pay that's due to them? Where are we with that?
Today, we have paid the retirees from October up until June. We're presently paying out retirees for the month of July.
2 minutes.
Okay, and all of them, there were some individuals that had received a bounce check and payment been made whole for those individuals?
Senator, I'm not aware of any individuals that received a bounce check, but if there have been, they can please let the office know so that we could be able to reach out to the Department of Finance to have this funding reissued.
Very well. I'll convey that to them as well. Tag, I also want to commend you for the level of promotions I've seen Most recently, I continue to see people being promoted, individuals that, again, leaving that level of succession there, and it's commendable to see our people being promoted and getting to that next level. So I want to commend you for that. In regards to the security staff, I know that sometime back in previous testimony, there was some issues in getting individuals hired for your security staff. Have you since been able to address that?
Yes, Senator. We were able to now have. Well, actually, we've had that was preponderance of the applicants we've had. We had over 46 applicants for our position, so they're in the process of being hired as we speak. And a lot of the appropriations has to do with the federal side. So as our increased base pay salary for our security guards increased, we had to go to another higher allocation of federal funds to match it. So we should be whole here shortly. All the applicants are in, interviews are being conducted, and we're looking to hire here shortly.
Very well, great. I heard your discussion regarding the aviation unit, and I'm hoping that that could become a reality in the near future. What about the PX? Is there any opportunities for us to be able to get a PX back here in the territory?
There's no opportunity, and there's two main reasons why. So I think we've adjusted previously slightly. One, when I came in, I did have that conversation with AFES. AFES is for profit. Because it's for profit, their operations in the Virgin Islands was not as profitable due to primarily two things: mismanagement and abuse. So as we look now, many of the benefits that the AFES provided to our community was being able to get large items like refrigerators, washers, dryers, and so forth at a lower cost. Today at Home Depot, with your military veterans percentage off, you actually beat AFES. And so that's as far as the alcohol in Class 6, we actually create alcohol here. So it's still cheaper here than that. So the only thing they offered us was a troop store for our soldiers to be able to buy rank and certain stuff for their uniforms. However, that couldn't sustain the profitability of it, so they can actually order it from Marlo White and Amazon and get it faster directly to their homes than to have it to stock it. So right now it's a PX facility. It's not in the future for the Virgin Islands.
Time.
Very well, thank you. My time has been called. Tag, again, I want to really commend you for the work that you're doing there, and your continued support of our soldiers, especially as they continue to be promoted. I missed the Bald-Face graduation most recently for the first time, but again, my colleagues attended and they commended and said that it was good work as usual. So kudos on that. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the time and the opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Sarro.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Adjutant General Knox-Limbacker. How are you?
Fine, Senator. How are you today?
I'm good. So let's look at your other services and charges. You have a reduction of $21,000. What does that include in your general fund section?
The other services. Okay, so that pretty much includes an overall of the different section areas. There was a slight reduction in each section area that created that significant difference, primarily in the other services and non-operational charges.
So is this due to an austerity measure or just in general?
In general, and primarily with accomplishing the projects that we had assigned. So
let's move to capital projects really quick, right? So on the local side, you have a drastic reduction of $169,953. Why the reduction? Did you complete assignments last year? Did you build some stuff? What's happening? I see the National Guard Armory and St. Thomas has a new fence, and did that funding come from the local funds or the federal side?
It was both. And that was correct. Yes, we did complete the projects.
Okay, so the reduction in the capital projects is due to the fact that what?
That some of the projects that we had projected for fiscal year 2022 were completed. So therefore, there was no need to project excessive amount of money for fiscal year 2023.
Okay, so this fiscal year, what are you intending to do with this 305? What projects do you have left remaining to complete?
Yes, Senator. So, for example, as you did say, that the particular fence on St. Thomas was complete on the front end of the National Guard. If you look up on the back end of it to the left or right, the fence needs to be completed there. Still on St. Croix, another perimeter fence needs to be erected as well. We've worked with the Department of Agriculture to be able to get additional land on St. Croix so we can build out more requirements. So as we, secure the land, then we'd have to build out the facilities. But the biggest issue we've having is securing the land space. For example, in Hams Bluff, we'll need to put a complete fence out there new since that's been gutted as well. So as those projects complete, that's local money funded with some match. So that'll continue to deplete the overall cost.
2 minutes.
So you need a variant. I mean, you need to be, so the discussion with your agriculture, do you need them to deed you land? Like what's the bottleneck happening there?
Yeah, so they're going to deed us some additional land or lease the land, but now we have to secure it with the actual fence. So that will cost a significant amount of funding. So some of the fencing here in the territory has run us well over $1 million for fencing, just for the type of fencing that's in the perimeters for a security perspective.
Okay, so the 305 here, mostly for the fence. So on the federal grant side, the 369 as well, that also will go towards fencing, capital projects?
Go ahead.
So
yes?
Yes.
Yes,
Is that the match?
not just fencing, but yes, fencing as well.
Okay, so that will help with your match, correct?
Correct.
Okay. As time is boiling down, I don't know, hope I'm not getting in trouble for saying this because I was getting in trouble. Military personnel that, you call them part-time? Is it part-time? The ones that have regular government jobs and then go to drill is part-time?
Correct. Part-time, what we call M-Day, soldiers or airmen. Correct.
Okay. And some of their training, are all of their training mandatory or is some voluntary?
Both. So I think Senator Francis just talked about the increased amount of promotions. So what was happening is many of them weren't going to what they call professional military schooling, which is a requirement. They sometimes can try to choose when they go, but it's based off the availability. So those are things that you would think some folks would think it's voluntary, but it's really mandatory because you can't get promoted without them. And then you have some director training requirements that you need to have for your particular specialty.
Time.
Because I'm just concerned, if I may conclude, we have a lot of military personnel, of course, and I thank them for their service, and some are like in critical positions like teaching and other jobs, and I find that we have so many that leave on military service or military leave, and I just want to know if you're looking into if there's an abuse of it. How are we, because we're leaving a lot of funded positions technically vacant for long periods of time. And I don't know if there is this thing where, okay, it's the federal government, so we can't touch them, therefore let me dip out. So I don't know if what's the discussion on that front, because it is costing, it's a budget question. It is costing us money to continue to fund positions where services aren't being provided overall because of the extensive military leave. So I was just wondering if there's any, have you looked into that?
Sure, Senator, that's a great question. And so we do look into it, and occasions we'll have particular agencies concerned about their particular soldier or airman that may be abusing or not showing up with their saying. And as you can look at the normal paper, some people have actually been arrested for the abuse of that statute. Also, the reality is much of the Virgin Islands success today of being able to have open doors, open shores, commerce flowing, and schools back together is because you had National Guard men and women from everyone's agency that were on duty. So I would tell you this is probably hopefully in history the longest you've ever seen a National Guard soldier or airman away from their regular job based off of the COVID-19 requirements. In the Virgin Islands, we have about a 6% National Guard service rate, which is one of the highest in the nation. Most states, if there are a couple million people, they're about 2%. So you feel it because the talents are in your particular agencies, and that balance is unique. But also understand there is an ESGR that protects them when they're on certain statuses, and it's whether they're volunteer or directed. So that's a whole different federal statute that comes into play.
Thank you for the clarity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Searle. Senator DeGraff.
Point of information.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. First of all, General, I support the National Guard 100%, 1,000%. But I just heard you mention something that I don't support at all. Getting land from agriculture to expand for the National Guard, I really don't support that at all. I'm more advocate of us sustaining ourselves through agriculture than, so if it's something else we could look at, let's try work that out, or like what was worked out before, a land swap someplace else that agriculture could still maintain that land, especially on St. Croix. Okay, because again, I'm going to stick true to that. Okay, thank you for that. Also, the pension. How much money is allocated for the pension? I heard 60,000. How much do you have in it presently? Your most recent numbers.
Give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute.
Okay. General, did you take a budget cut?
Actually, I did, Senator.
You did? I'm realizing that, man, and that's offended. That's offensive to me. So we're gonna work on that. I'm gonna press my colleagues because again, I know you're gonna follow orders and you're gonna make a fuss over it, but I ain't want you to lose a cent.
Yes, Senator. I think our biggest aim is to make sure we're the best steward of the government's money. So if we don't have something allocated for it, then we'll just either for someone in the agency can use it, and we try to make the best of the fundings that we have.
I got some afraid because I was getting to that. Like you mentioned that the National Leonard Francis Armory over here, the guardhouse, still in total disarray, deplorable, and you have soldiers working out of it every day, 24/7. Do you need funding, or what does that cost to repair?
Senator, that's already in the works. So long when we did the fence with Public Works, we've already coordinated for the architectural drawings, which had to be redesigned since that didn't have a proper drawing. The funding is there to fix it. I had a different solution, however. Here in the territory, we wanted to use local vendors to make sure we can get that repaired. I would have just actually replaced it with a level 3 ballistic 2-story building, but we went with the local option, so that's being repaired. So the funding's there. It's going through the process of contracting. It will be complete by the end of this year.
Okay, great, man, because today rain, that downpour, those guys get wet. Because the roof ain't no good. And
2
it's been no good
minutes.
for a while. So it's good to hear between now and the end of the year. Boy, that's good to hear. Ms. Ward, did you find the numbers? Yes.
Yes. So presently today, we expended $42,400. We received an appropriation of $95,747.
$95,747.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Now it was mentioned in regards to the pension fund. It's $100 a month from 55 years old until 59, $364. Now, you've been having issues. Now, I understand you brought on somebody to assist with finding out issues. Was that on a local side or federal side? The individual.
The person's on the local side, but there's a correction. There's a federal requirement that has, so the person sits in the federal. The past processes were not following the federal scrutiny before it goes to the local office. So a list of personnel who's eligible for that fund has to come from the G1 personnel to validate your retirement status, whether you're eligible, and then it comes up. So we had to task someone on the federal side to do that requirement. And then the local side, we can handle it fine, but it was just vetting the list was an issue because the local personnel don't have that authority.
Okay, I personally think the individual should be told. That's number one. Personally told as to what the issues are. Because right now, some people collect monies January to March, then they don't see any money until the end of the year, then they collect a lump sum at the end of the year. Where is the disconnect regarding someone who has started to get paid and then it stops and try and get them going back?
Time.
We need more personnel.
So,
and then I'll wrap up with one of the answer, Mr. Chair. Please.
So, Senator, that situation has been rectified as when that occurred, that's when the eligibility for these recipients were decided to determine who would be eligible. Presently, everyone is up to date up until June, and we're presently paying out in July as this stipend is expected to be dispersed monthly.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that I get a record for everybody to hear it. And finally, when Department of Tourism was here, General, I asked the commissioner to reach out to you in regards to the air guard unit on St. Croix. What you have, we had discussed prior having military individual coming through, I guess on Space A, flight support, it could bring personnel into St. Croix, boost the economy by, for different military programs. So I hope that's something you could look into with the Department of Tourism, if it's feasible to be done, to help bolster the economy of St. Croix first off, and then it will trickle down to the rest of the territory.
Yes, that goes back to the discussion that we had with Senator Francis a minute ago about the capabilities for the, actually Senator Blyden, but the capabilities about the new facility we're going to build. Right now, all those aircrafts that come through the territory, whether they have space air riders or not, do not coordinate with us. They coordinate with Bulkey, which is the FBO on St. Croix. Once a military facility is erected that has the capabilities, they will then be able to do flight planning processes there. We'll be able to post where those flights are coming, what's available, and it will increase the space air availability. It should. I would just be like to temper expectations. As folks look around the world, space availability is based off of aircrafts transiting to a location. Most of the locations right now are going from the West Coast to the Pacific, not like we used to see in the past where it went from the East Coast to Europe.
Okay, well, at least it's a start. Thank you very much. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. What's the start date for that facility? Projected start date?
It's in the design phase right now, Senator. And so they'll have a 1-year design phase, and then they'll start breaking ground the year after.
And the design phase started when?
It starts now. It starts this FY, 2023.
Okay. So sometime next year, late 2023?
No, beginning. So it's I think 1 October. So we've already reached out to NGB. They've came back. The biggest holdup was a year of trying to get a lease for the land, and they would not start anything until we got that. So that's done, complete. So now the design phase would go this next year, and then 2024 fiscal year we should start to see breaking ground.
2024.
Right.
Okay, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon to you, our good Adjutant General, Mr. Knox-Limbacker, and as well as your support staff here with us this afternoon. Ms. Ward, I really want to commend you and all of the National Guardsmen and women and Air National Guardsmen and women who serve under your direction for the hard work that they have been doing and they will continue to do in service of our people and definitely providing that level of protection and security that is needed. Now, I want to just have my line of questioning directed specifically to one of your preventative and intervention program. I noted that you had a graduation from the Youth About Face program, and you successfully had 3 high school students who graduated. If you could say briefly, how many students are enrolled in your programs?
Yes, right now we have 30 personnel enrolled in that program on St. Croix, and we're here starting the program on St. Thomas this year.
Okay. So what is your maximum amount of young people you can enroll in each program? And is it just one program? Because I did go on your website. I did not see any information on the website regarding the programs.
Yes, it's 2 things. So the program was started here in the legislature. Actually, the chairman was one of the founders and brought the bill together. So it's a unique program where in the States you have what they call Youth Challenge.
I am familiar with the Youth Challenge.
Okay, so ours is a little different. So instead of Youth Challenge, the About Face gets or intervenes or helps support kids, youth, before they get to that level of a Youth Challenge requirement, because pretty much here is YRC. So when they come recommended from the counselors at school or some of the other counselors from the Human Services that they may need this requirement. Also, we may just have a summer program that helps identify them. So in the summer program, we may have the counselors there show us the particular personnel.
I understand, but I definitely would like to encourage you and suggest that you put the information on your website regarding the programs. I couldn't find it, so I'm thinking it's not there based on my search. I did a little search on your website, a really quick one. I didn't see any information regarding both programs on the website.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify this, Senator. We cannot put it on the federal website because it's a federal website, but we do have advertisements in Consortium and all the other media outlets you do see.
2 minutes.
All right. So the website that you have that says VINGN, that's the federal website?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Now let's go, and you have 30 students you indicated, but you have only spent down how much of that money is from the About Face program? Based on our post-audit report, I'm on page 6 of 12. It says from October 1st, 2021 to May 31st, 2022, About Face, you have expended $119. And is that correct?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay, so do you see, because we funded that program at $450,000, so is it that we don't have a sufficient number of young people, or is it because you haven't launched the St. Thomas District site?
Yeah, so it's because we announced the St. Thomas District site. So we had to actually buy and acquire modulars for them to be in because there's no space. The Armory in St. Thomas is particularly smaller than the space on St. Croix. So we had to acquire the modular space and then hire the employees.
Okay, and so is that in place for the St. Thomas St. John District?
Correct. So we've...
And are you going to be looking for a coordinator in this island district already? Or have you identified that person?
There's 2 personnel that will be hired for St. Thomas and St. John District right now. And then also we've already bought the facilities for St. Thomas already.
Okay, good. Now, I want to really go quickly. That's a very good response. I want to go quickly to your match. Your match last year, based on my research, was $1.7 million, and this year is $1.8. The federal match. Our match, our local match.
Time.
Mr. Chairman, may I continue? I think I'm on.
Proceed.
I'm going to go to page 47, and this would have been the presentation made by the United States Property and Fiscal Officer. 1.8 million is our local match that we have to provide to the federal government, correct, for this fiscal year?
Correct, Senator.
And so in meeting our local match based on the expenditure, are we on target to meet this match?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, I don't remember or recall, one of my colleagues may have asked about the line itemized local match as of your most recent. And we're just talking about that 1.7, that's from the previous fiscal year. Are you on target with expending and meeting that 1.7 million local match?
You're pretty close, Senator. And if we extend beyond that, then what the federal government normally does is give us in-kind assistance and help us out with support for things that we don't have to match.
Right, because I know your budget is over the 1.7 from fiscal year 2022. And so it looks to me, based on how you're spending, you have more than sufficient monies to cover. My final question, Mr. Chairman, and when was your last audit?
We just executed an audit 3 months ago.
For which fiscal year?
2020.
What were did you get any findings for your, do you need to clarify that, Ms. Ward?
Yeah, so we just finished the audit, we just finished the sampling of the audit. So we're just waiting for the results from the audit.
For which fiscal year?
For fiscal year 2020.
For 2020, so you're about 2 years, a year back. That's not too bad.
Yeah.
That's not too bad compared to others. And did you get any findings based on your audits?
We're still awaiting for the results from the auditor.
And who is your auditor?
I'll have to get back to you with the name on the auditor at this time.
Okay, and that's just for your fiscal year 2020. When are you anticipating doing your fiscal year 2021 audit?
We just presently did the kickoff last week with the Department of Finance virtually in preparation for it. So we anticipate that coming pretty soon.
And is there a cost share with the federal government to conduct your fiscal year? And this is a single audit?
No. Yes.
A133 audit? Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your leeway. You've been very gracious. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Carrion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the great people of the Virgin Islands National Guard. Tag, how are you, sir? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator.
I'd like to start off by asking the agency heads about their budgetary challenges. What budgetary challenges have you faced in FY22?
Yeah, I think the challenge is the same challenge everyone else faces. I think it's not just executing having a budget that has funds against it, but it's actually having skilled labor that's available with the right bonding, with the right licensing to actually do the work. So that then delays it, pushes you into the end of a quarter. You're trying to execute the funds before the fiscal year ends. So that continues to be a challenge.
Very well. And with regards to the About Face program, let me first commend you and your team, Mr. Williams and his support staff, for the great work they're doing with our young people. I had opportunities to be there for the ending of the program, and the young people put together a wonderful presentation, and it's a testament of the work that your team is doing with the children. So I must commend you for that. I'm looking forward for the extension start on St. Thomas. I think it's something that our children really need, and it's always great to have more preventative programs and alternatives for our young people. So thank you for the work you're doing there.
Thank you, Senator. Look forward for St. Thomas launch as well.
I had a few questions in regards to audits, but I heard a previous senator was able to ask those questions. Now, in regards to your AAFES building on St. Croix, I know in your testimony you spoke about building process. Can you share a little bit what's going to happen and what timeline will this take place?
Yeah, so the current Army Aviation Support Facility was allocated from the National Defense Authorization Act in fiscal year 21. It's normally 5-year money, but based off of COVID and the issues we're having across the nation, much of the construction has been delayed. We are now in what they call the design phase of the facility. So they'll go see what design within the constraints of the money allocated we can build in the Virgin Islands that suits the needs for both the Army Aviation Helicopter Unit as well as the Civil Support Weapons of Mass Destruction Unit that has a ready operational building in there as well. And we'll build it out to as much future specs as we can to make sure that as the military continues to grow and become more capable for its future complex battlefield, that we're right in sync with that requirement. So we should see some groundbreaking by 2024 with the design phase here in 2023.
Okay, very well. And so looking here at your budget, there seems to be a decrease in your budget of 2%, around 69, almost 70,000. What's your position on that?
2 minutes.
Yes, sir. No, I think I'm adequately funding for the requirements that I have. For us, is a lot of the funding and the efforts that we do here is continue to maintain and sustain the facilities we have, and then make sure we have a right size force that's properly manned, trained, and equipped. So I think the funding that we have currently is sufficient to meet the current requirements. If more requirements come up that's beyond our funding, then we'll come back to this body as we did last fiscal year and submit our requirements to the governor's supplemental.
Okay, well, if you feel confident, then that's it. Regards to other services and charges, the breakdown for your projections for FY23, I don't seem to see anything there under training in a post-audit report. Is that an error, or you don't have anything budgeted for training?
Presently, we haven't budgeted in the item line for training. However, we allocated that charge in the other services NOC. So as we reach out to the trainers and we receive the appropriated cost, then we would appropriate the funding to that budget line.
Okay, so there's no projections at the moment for training for FY23.
And then if I may add, Senator, as well, so much of the training that's provided for our staff is federally funded, and oftentimes we just have to meet the requirements of actually getting the transportation to and from the actual training area. So we have 2 personnel that will be off to training here next week.
Did you have anything in the line item for FY22 for training? What was that amount?
Can we conclude?
Yes, Senator. It was about 2,000.
About 2,000 minimum amount. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
Is that it, or you have a next question, Senator?
I had some other questions for actuals. When you look at expenditures on exhibit number 3 in the post-audit report, overtime salary, I see nothing shows up.
Yes, Senator. So just kind of from my military mind, we try to make sure that we adequately staff and right size our organization, so we have the people doing the right amount of work for the right amount of pay. So if we get to a situation where we have a significant amount of overtime, we need to go ahead and hire additional people so we're not burning the staff. So my staff, we don't have overtime requirements normally. If we do see him, it's in the security guards. But for the most part, the rest of the staff is highly efficient and work to task and is right-sized.
So no overtime was paid for FY22?
No overtime were paid for FY22 for non-federal employees. Federal employees, security guards were paid overtime. as those funds are federally reimbursed.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. And what is listed in the post-audit report only reflects the general fund side of the budget. It does not reflect the federal side of the budget, correct?
Yes, Senator.
So a number of other expenses are paid through the federal funds.
Yes, Senator.
10 times what we have here.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, excellent. The reduction in funding for the About Face and Forward March, you said is sufficient to 300,000.
Yes, Senator.
Leave it down. And the Forward March program, you have already started that on St. Croix?
On St. Croix, yes, Senator.
Okay. So you're going to phase in the About Face and St. Thomas, and then after the Forward March, or you're going to do both at the same time?
We're going to try and do both at the same time, Senator.
Okay. And you have found that the About Face program have helped that particular subgroup of students?
They'll tell you it's significant. So I think you remember when you came last year when it first started, the year before, the fact that we have 3 students that we had from the beginning of the program now graduating high school who probably wouldn't have graduated high school, at least not on time, if this program wasn't created, was significant. I actually spent some time with one of the students yesterday doing some life skills training, so it was kind of great to see where they're going to go. But probably one of the best programs someone could have thought of for that particular group of personnel.
And it's very important. It's targeting that at-risk population. A lot of times, those students don't have anyone that they could turn to. The National Guard has an abundance of trained personnel and individuals that our students can mentor. So I'm very, very glad that the program is doing well. Shout out to Darnell, who have worked hard for the last couple of years. Darnell Williams. I hope that we're able to find someone at St. Thomas that have the same motivation, and he really, really wants to do well for the students, and he kind of embraced them as a big teddy bear. So they really follow him. So congratulations to him. A complex graduate. I just got to push that in there. But congratulations to him because the program is working. So we need to expand it, and hopefully we can help those individuals that are having difficulties. So parents out there, if you have a troubled teenager that needs some mentoring, get in contact with Nikita or Eduardo or Darnell or the General and see how we can enroll your child in that particular program. We want to keep them off of the streets and help them to graduate. And those 3 individuals that graduated, I think there were more National Guard members at the graduation than even family members. I saw you, I saw Ms. Watt, I saw Darnell, I saw a couple other individuals. So congratulations on that particular program. Last question, in reference to funding, any issues with mingling, or we good with federal, we good with local, there's no crossover, no issues with that?
No, Mr. Chair, and it's very important. And when we came in, we streamlined the process to make sure we can keep it succinct. And so I think the biggest investment we've had is the Lean Six Sigma training for all of the staff that enable them to understand the processes, how to keep them separate. Now we're actually looking to where some of their 1 or 2 jobs will actually be federal and local, where they'll have to understand the federal system. So no commingling. I think everything is going well.
Okay, and before we end, Senator Kenneth Gittins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought you didn't realize that I was here. Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, Tag, and your good director there. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Let me first thank you and the soldiers for your service, not only to the territory, but also to the United States of America. And also thank you for your presentation here today. I was particularly excited to hear the mention of the $39 million project that we've been talking about for quite some time. That's the aviation project that's supposed to take place here at the Henry E. Rolson Airport. How long ago have we started this discussion? What year was that?
Senator, I think it was 2019 we started a discussion about it coming to reality. As you know, the aviation unit was completely shut down in 2016. The aircrafts were removed, and then the initial thought was to not have aviation again. But 2019 is when it got to real discussions that saw FY21 NDAA of the 39 million.
Thank you. And how many acres are we talking about that's supposed to be leased again?
If I recall right, I think it's 40 acres of land. So it's the northern side of the Henry Ralston Airport. All the grass areas here there, and on the northern side will be where that facility is at.
How many acres you said?
If I recall right, it's 40.
Is it 20? Say that?
I think it should be 40 acres of land.
Look, 40 you said?
Correct. I just got to verify, but I'm pretty sure it's 40.
Okay, I had 30, but okay, anywhere between 30 and 40 acres we're talking about. Now, these monies were approved by the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 21, correct?
Correct. It's what they call 5-year money. So they
right.
correct.
So hold for me. So when did you finally get that lease signed, and are we on track for the 5-year construction project?
Yes, the lease is signed, and we are on track. We'll have to expedite some other requirements, but we're on track with the design phase right now.
Okay, and this, so the construction project, does this include hiring of civilian contractors on the outside, or we're talking about military personnel?
No, that's the great thing about the contract like this is of the $39 million, it'll be a Corps of Engineer will actually lead the requirement. They will come into the territory, they'll put out for bids, and they'll hire local vendors. The bonding issue, which is an issue in the Virgin Islands, will be carried by that larger corporation, but allow our local skilled craftsmen to actually operate, execute the requirements, and build out where they can. And where we fall short of having skilled contractors, then we'll have to go elsewhere and figure out where we get those. But this should be great for the construction and support capabilities from the territory to have some good work for a good period of time.
Great. At least over a 5-year period or so. Now, the guardsmen and women that worked through the pandemic and whatnot, and at the airports and augmenting at the medics at the hospital, et cetera, anything to do with COVID. Have you submitted all personnel information for those guardsmen and women to receive the premium pay?
Yes, we have, Senator. Yes, we have, Senator.
Excuse me?
Yes, we have, Senator.
Okay. How many people are affected?
132.
Approximately? Do you know how?
Approximately is only approximately over 128.
Okay. All right. Thank you again for that, and congratulations on the Youth About Face program. I had no doubts that that would come off the right way. You came from the JROTC program and have risen to the TAC position now, being a general. Who would have known that when we were back in Central High School? But congratulations to you again. Always proud to see my schoolmate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Is there a window, a time frame to spend the $37 million for the Air Guard facility?
Yes, Senator. So it's normally what they call 5-year money. So it's 5 years out from the time they authorize it. The unique issue they're having in the Department of Defense right now is COVID has slowed down construction, also increased the price of construction. So as the the build-out goes on, they'll see if there's additional money have to get added to it to be able to afford the same things within the next future years. And then does the timeline need to extend?
So our 5-year window
started FY21.
Okay, so we have until FY26.
Correct, Senator.
Okay, you said to the north of the airport, where past the industrial park, going west, or where?
Actually, if you see what industrial park is, Senator, if you come towards the actual airfield itself to the fence line, all that green space on that fence line is where it's going to be built.
Okay, just wanted to know exactly where. Okay, I'm going to allow you to put a closing statement on the record. The committee have exhausted all of the questions with this particular entity, so we'll allow you to close out.
Okay, once again, Senator, thank you for this esteemed body to host us and be able to hear our requirements for the Office of Adjutant General and the Virgin Islands National Guard. We'll continue support of Srf Funding. We'll continue to support the territory of the Virgin Islands and be able to train and meet the requirements for our federal mission as well in conjunction with both of those. Myself and Ms. Ward will continue to be good stewards of the government's money and make sure that we appropriately allocate the training, funding, and equipping of the National Guard and the Office of Adjutant General to meet the territory's need. Thanks again for allowing us to have this time.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank the staff of the legislature. Thank my personal staff. And thank all those who testified before us today. The Committee of Finance is hereby adjourned.